better. I still haven't moved my streaming PC in here, so there are some weird things that happen with my work PC. Like, I have to unplug my microphone and plug it back in every time, or it doesn't work. I don't know why. Like it doesn't initialize or something. Dumb. Oh. That's not a good way to start the morning. Oh my god, turn on! There we go. Oh, okay. So pretty cool news is that this week we are going to be doing mostly the gameplay CLI stuff like usual. And GSC announced the release times for the Stalker 2 DLC. It's coming out at like 3 p.m. my time, so I'm just going to save it for the next day. So we're going to be starting that on Friday, full day, and then I'll do a Saturday and Sunday stream of it too. And then we can get back to gameplay CLI stuff. But today, gameplay CLI, that's my main focus, and I want to work on the mapped data drives. So like, you open up File Explorer, right? And you can start to move between things. Same kind of thing here, except it's not going to be visual, it's going to be through command prompt, or through, like, if you were to do PowerShell. And then you can CD and move between directories here. Now the cool news, I just pressed the little question mark. The cool news is I already have the data set up for this, and I can show you what that looks like. If I can find it. Although we probably need to move this to our local stuff too. But this is just the test one. So let me add a new row here, and then we can add a new row to here. So you can see here we have this mapped drives, and you have a drive letter and then a row handle. This is referencing that drive test row from here. And when you make these, you have a instance structure, and of course we ideally would want to filter this, but you need to make it in C++ to do the filtering. We can select a folder, and then we can enter a folder name, and we can enter different folder contents. So these could be other folders. And then of course we can keep nesting and nesting and nesting, or we can do a file. Which I think is the, file structure, file type, this one? Yeah, and then you determine the file type, because you have the name and then the file type. Like a runnable object. And then that would reference a runnable object of class runnable program object, so that when you actually like run that, so maybe it's an executable, like security override.exe or something, and then you have the runnable program, which can do the code that you want it to do, or like a text. And then this would just be text that actually opens up, and you can read it, and it's multi-line and everything, and that would be localized. So we can kind of we can create the basic folder and file structure with this, and of course we need to kind of expand upon these instance structures. We need to make more of them. We need to determine how they're invoked and all that. But I was sitting in bed, or laying in bed, and I was thinking of a way to get the player to maneuver around, because it's easy to get the row name and the contents, but now we need to know exactly where the player is within that. And let's make a quick little paint flow chart here, and I can show you what I think will be the easiest, simplest, brain dead way to handle this. Okay, so we have the map drives here, right? And we have the drive letter, and we can add in multiple drives. And I wanted to do that because we may want to like have like a networked drive, you know, like a drive that's networked and multiple interfaces can access that. So we can reuse drives that way if we want to have some of that core data that's available to everybody in the facility. Maybe some like, you know, like employee handbook stuff or whatever. Who knows? Who knows? But we can do it. We can reuse drives if we need to. And I wanted to try to do that here with everything, where we have the, you know, the set of programs and persistent objects, and it's all just kind of reusable and little Lego pieces that you can connect together. Sorry, I'm very thirsty. I don't know why. Very thirsty. So let's say we have 3 drives, right? We have a C drive, D drive, and a networked, let's say like a Z drive, right? For the purpose of this, the letters don't matter, but they're just there to be something kind of realistic. Now let's say within these we have multiple folders, so I'll just do like do it this way. Folder 1, that's too big. That's better. So we have like folder 1, and then we can do folder 2. It doesn't really matter. And then of course we can kind of nest those. Just imagine that, you know, we're nesting these down into more folders. Just as you would expect, you know, these different drives to look, and then there are files within them. So I think the easiest way to represent this is when we are at root, we can, you know, we're here, and we can only move into these when we're at this point. So we do CD, you know, C drive, D drive, Z drive, whatever. And depending on which one we choose, we have index 0, 1, 2. Oh, that looks like another Z. Ignore that. Now, if we know that we're in index 0, we just add that to an array of integers, right? And we then know that we have these 2 available. So that's our next step. And the player has these 2 folders that they can CD into. And index 0, 1. And let's say they move into 1. So now our array looks like 0, 1, and they have another 0, 1 available. So we can kind of just keep like an array of these indices available, so that when the player wants to go back up a folder, we can just, you know, like remove this 0 here, or just ignore it, whichever one works. And then we can go grab this data table row and go in through the indices instead of having to, like, you know, for each them or worry about the names of folders, because we can just go in based on the index. And I think that will keep it very easy. And then of course we can allow the player to jump back up to root. And I think the only thing that during the movement we need to keep in mind for the player is we do need to gather the folder names to see. I don't know if we need to gather it, but we do need to test the player's input against that when they CD into one of these folder names. But I think what I want to do is I want to look up the full usage of CD, like in Windows, and see kind of what do we have here. can type CD without primers to display the current drive and directory. And use the /D switch to change current drive in addition to changing current directory forward drive. Are you able to use CD in a way that, like, let's say we have... Okay, let's use this as an example. This test folder. And let's say we have these 3 folders here, right? I mean, am I able to just type in, if I open up something here, let's test it. Because one thing I always hated about CD is you usually had to like type in the full path, and I don't like that, at least for a game. So can I just type in CD new folder? Okay, you can do that. Okay. So that's good. That's the way I want it to work in game 2, is that you can do that. I think you can do this to go back up a folder, right? No, that's not how you do it. What's the way to go back up a directory? Full CD command use. It's better. Oh, CD dash will bring you to the previous folder. Okay. It must be for Linux. Hey, Kimo. Happy Monday. Yeah, so for Linux, CD dash brings you back up. What about for Windows? Oh, CD dot will bring you to the previous one. Do we like that? Dot. I mean, we could always allow for multiple invocations of that, right? I was thinking, you know, just in my mind's eye, is like, this is for Windows, right? CD dot will bring you back up a folder. Linux, it's CD dash. For Redlock, I almost kind of want like that. With today's work, we are continuing to work on gameplay CLI, but before we can implement all of the commands, we need to implement the drive structure so that you can navigate between folders and files in the terminals. And we have the data already set up. I had set that up before, but we don't have the navigational commands. So we need to be able to do the gather, we need to do the management, and we need to do the navigation of that. And I'm trying to think of what those commands could be. I want to model them off of, real thing. We could make all 3 of these available, right? So maybe somebody who's more familiar with Linux is going to have that availability, right? We can make all 3 of these do the same thing if we really want. I almost wonder though, do we want the full path? We should be able to gather the full path, right, if we have the data. Because we have folder name, another folder name, and then a file, jimbob.txt, right? I would say theoretically we should be able to know which... Oh, I just clicked on that on accident. We should be able to know the full file path. What's the syntax of that? It is a /, right? Oh no, it is a \. Okay, I had it right the first time. I was like, which one is it? Yeah, and I think I know for Windows, I don't know about Linux or any other operating system, but I know Windows, of course, you have to do the \/ when you're doing CD stuff. So let's model this out here using this data as an example. Right, and that would be the full pathway for that, and of course we can then break this down into drive letter, folder name, file name, I think it'd be relatively easy to ensure that the player could type full path for CD if they want. Especially because it's all just one token. It's just a very long token, and then we would have to break it up using, I would say, delimiters of \/, and then we just remove the colon. Replace colon with nothing. We know that the first token has to be a drive letter, and then obviously that's the split delimiter is the \/, and then we can just test each one in order to see if it's a valid folder. Now obviously you can't CD to a file name, right? So that wouldn't be possible. Yeah, I think we can allow it. Where was the UI that we made for this here? And of course, normally when you're opening up CMD or PowerShell, whatever, you're gonna have that put here. I think for the sake of testing, I'm just gonna put a text box up here, and that way we can test the CD navigation and just see the result. I think that'll be the easiest. So we will just put a common text up here. Hey Gwendolyn, good morning to you too. Editable text, that's exactly right. Very professional. And we'll just put some bottom padding on it for right now. So we'll just use this as our our current line here. Current directory. And I'm gonna hard code getting that set. But in the future, I'll make it all run through an MVVM. That way you can plug in the data into any widget that you want. Oh. 30-year stream streak, oh my god. That's about how long I've been alive. Do I look like it yet? Or is it still kind of like a baby face? Working on games does take a lot out of you. Where is this shit? Update current interface, setup interface drives. I do have the function here. I don't know if we set the drives yet. I do. Oh no, that's devices. That's devices, that's not drives. We do have the data table row, but no, I do not have these setup interface drives yet. No offense. I don't find it offensive that I look young. I think that's good. My wife, on the other hand, she is a little bit older than me, but she looks really young. That's kind of weird to say. She looks like she's in her 20s. It kind of sounded like it looks like she's 15, but no, she just looks like she's in her 20s, but she's a little bit older than me by like half a year. So she's even better than me. She finds it offensive if you tell her that she's got like, you know, she looks younger than she is. And I don't get it. Like, that's a good thing. Most women would kill for that. Yeah, I think she should be happy about that, but I think it's because she's always been kind of like... Some people do say it in like a mocking manner. Or people will, you know, think that you're immature because you look less mature. So, I think it's just that. But give it like 20 years, and she's gonna be really happy that she's got those genes. Meanwhile, I'm just happy that I'm not balding yet. It's gonna come. Perfect hairline, perfect hair. I don't think I have any gray hairs on my head yet. I do have a gray... I have one white eyebrow hair. I think I have one clear like beard hair too. And I have to pluck them out because otherwise my wife makes fun of them. That I have them. The fucking hypocrite. Plenty of friends that went bald before 30. I don't know what it is with guys. Maybe it's like something with like the testosterone. It kind of causes it. I don't know what causes early male baldness. Is that what we're gonna get distracted by today? Is what causes early male baldness? What causes early male baldness? An inherited genetic sensitivity to dihydrotestosterone, a hormone derived from testosterone. Well, I was miraculously kind of right. But it's inherited genetically. I don't think I have anyone in my family on either my mom's or dad's side that had experienced early baldness. Just a whole bunch of other health issues. What's up, Punka? Not bald, he just got tall for my hair. Nice. He got lucky. I got lucky in the, like, I don't know if I'm more happy that I'm lucky that I won't have early male pattern baldness, even though like half of my family has genetic predispositions for obesity, diabetes, probably some heart issues. That's why if you ever hear me talking about like my weight or that I need to be more fit, it's because of those worries. Meant to be 5'5", but I ended up being 6 feet. Damn, should have been a short king. Yeah, you can work against that. My poor brother, he has type 1. He got diabetes when he was in his, I think when he was still in his teens. And then my grandpa had it. My dad is pre-diabetic. Scary shit, man. Scary shit. What do we need for this? I think what we need is a current array of current valid drive folders, and that's going to be a string array. Current drive location is a int array. We might be able to merge the first and the third, but I think that's all we really need. Short king with hair, a bald lumberjack. I know what I'm picking. I told my wife, like, if I start to experience baldness and I cannot fix it with like one of those, you know, hair things or sprays or whatever the fuck they have, I'm just shaving. If you start to go bald, you might as well just embrace it. You know, start wearing hats. Cause ain't no way I'm doing like a wig. Okay, let's do drive navigation. Just to put these all in one location here. And we'll clear this too, because then we'll know that we'll know that if this is empty, we're in the route, right? If we take a look here. Because here we have the valid indices that you can invoke via calling the drive letters. You know, CD, C, CDD, whatever. And then we store it as an index. But if you're here, you're en route because we haven't navigated anywhere yet. And we definitely need to clear that either way. Now, we don't care if there aren't any drives in the interface. The player just won't be able to navigate anywhere. That's what I'm thinking, at least. And we don't need to print any error here because it's just nothing's configured. There's no files on this interface. It's unfortunate that are bulbs with lumpy and strangely shaped head. Not me. I feel like my head is lumpy in a couple areas. Not like majorly so, but you know, you can just feel like there's some one side just kind of like pushes in a different way. Or maybe that's just me feeling it, you know, over the hair. I don't think a lot of parents know. I mean, maybe they do get told, passed down from their moms, their grandmas, but you can't have the baby sleeping on the same side, right? You have to like let them sleep on different sides so that their skull doesn't get pushed down too far in one way while they're resting. Because baby skulls are still a bit soft. And I hate that as a non-parent, I actually know more than some parents. Put them on a K-pop cooker? I hate that the first thing my mind jumped to when you said that was, I imagined some AI video of a skewered baby being like roasted and some grandma like crying because she thinks that it's real. Which, sadly, probably has already happened. Do we know what data table to break here? I think we'd have to use pre-configured data tables. Well, no, we don't care because we have the data table put in. Never mind. I'm stupid. We'll treat the drives as like just top level folders. Tummy time and stuff. Yeah, tummy time. That's what it is. Yeah. Lots of people don't do that. It was popular in China to leave them for long periods. So there are a heap of 46-year-olds with blockheads that are over there. I shouldn't laugh at that. But it is just like a shape thing. So it's... Everybody's got some weird shapes in their body we can make fun of. What if we should store that as like the current? Current drive. No, we'll grab the drive data. Oh no, we can't really do that because each drive has its own data table row. We could make a map of that. We could map string to the drive data to this structure. Because they would be separate data table rows. And now we would keep them all loaded. Let's do that. Top level interface drives. And what we'll do is we'll do a find, or we can maybe just do a contains. That way we can check if it's a an original one or not. Print out an error if config is bad. And I'm just doing a not so that the false will be the actual error, right?
Mr. President, wake up.
What's Joe up to these days? I haven't heard anything from him recently. We all remember how we were all being gaslit into trying to think that he was of sound mind, right? We haven't forgotten that. Sucking stem cells out of fetuses to cure. Wait, he did have cancer, didn't he? But we haven't been updated about like what's going on with that. You know, whatever I think about these politicians, I don't celebrate anybody getting cancer or suffering like that. Current drive letter. You have oh my god, do you really? Just shit tier cancer that probably won't kill me for ages, but still. That's still fucking cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it getting treated? Are you in hopefully remission? I kind of don't like that that's just being like transported with some spaghetti like this, but I also don't feel like it's worth making a whole current row handle. I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it. I remember back when I was working in Unreal Engine 4 before I knew that you could, you know, take like input from a function and call it later. So I do have some like complex functions where I had probably, you know, like 10 inputs. And I was just dragging out like the spaghetti everywhere multiple times. One day we can go back and we can review some of my old like early Unreal Engine 4 work. Just as a way to pat myself on the back and see how far I've come. It's a type of lymphoma. Basically, my T cells think my skin is a virus bacteria as they attack it. It gives me lizard skin in patches. Oh. But is it like treatable? You stepped on the cat. Oh. Now she's gonna look like you've just betrayed her. Like, how could you do that? She's gonna hide from you and like run away as you try to get close and apologize. It's a horrible feeling. Like, no, I didn't mean it, no. Just wait and get tested at re62. Oh, so it's kind of like, it's there, but it's not problematic until one day it is. Fuck, that sucks. I mean, let's say theoretically like one day it does start to cause a problem. On a scale of, you know, DEFCON 0 to 5, what are we looking like when that day comes? It is drive structure, right? On the row handle? Yeah, drive structure. A treatment that makes the skin clear up, but it doesn't stop or reduce the likelihood and just increase the chance of getting skin cancer. So yeah, no. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh no, maybe this isn't the right one. Maybe it's... No, the top, I think the top level interface drives should be strings to data table row handles, not to drive structures. Why am I getting confused by that? We loop through these, we store the drive handle, or the drive letter, data table row handle. Storing it as that is safer, unless we can just immediately grab the data. But this is an array of drive contents. Folder, folder, folder. No, we should just store the data table row handle. Let's switch that. The boy in the bubble, kill my immune system and wait for it to regrow, respawn, whatever it does. It's the kill your marrow treatment. Oof. I've heard that's not fun. Well, maybe we can hope that one of these breakthroughs with, you know, using AI in cancer research can come. I mean, they are coming. It's really hard to read like news about them because they like are showing up in like obscure medical journals or some random website. But they do happen. Once Joe is done with the fetuses. Australian veterans, so I get free that is good. That is good. As a non-Americans, because I think most of you guys are non-Americans, is it more silly to watch the U.S. have a obviously mentally impaired president who we're all being gaslit into thinking is totally mentally competent, or a wildly egotistical yapper president? Like, which one is more ridiculous? Or are they both equally ridiculous? To me, they're both equally ridiculous. It's been bad almost a decade for you guys, yeah. You'd think that there's nobody better to represent the country. If you just look at the people we put in charge of the country. Like, oh, you guys all must be like that. I mean, if we know that we're at route, because we're going to be using the current drive location to determine if we are at route, and if we are at route, then we should be, like, if this is empty, then we just use the keys to determine if the player is trying to enter a valid drive. We should clear these two strings then too. Actually, we should clear all these. Clear current interface data. We should clear all four of these. Well, the US in the late 1990s, may say it was peak US. I mean, I was pretty young, so I was born in 94. But I do fondly remember my younger years. Now, of course, a lot of that is because you get sheltered from the bad things when you're a kid, and you, of course, don't understand politics when you're a kid. And, when I was in school, there was always those... I had teachers that when I look back, I realized that they were trying to kind of indoctrinate, I think is a bit stronger of a word, but they clearly had their political leanings and they wanted to pass that on to the kids that they were teaching. I remember very clearly, I had this science teacher in middle school. I don't remember his name, but he was literally, I can't emphasize how much of a literal tree hugger he was. He actually took us into the woods because, he's a science teacher, so he would take us to show us the plants and talk about it and stuff. He also had his favorite tree there, and I remember distinctly. I remember like barely nothing about middle school, but I remember him hugging that fucking tree. So when I say he's a tree hugger, I know he did it because I saw him hug trees. And yeah, he was a hippie. He was clearly a hippie. He was like, I know exactly what this guy was doing in the 60s. And this was at the time when it was McCain and it wasn't Kerry and McCain. Wait, no, Kerry. Fuck, who was the president during the U.S. president debate? McCain. Who was McCain? It was McCain versus Obama. So I think it was this, because if I was born in 94, 6, 8, 14, that lines up. So it was the McCain versus Obama debate, which, by the way, I miss when politicians would talk like this to each other. And he tasked us to, we were watching the debate in class, and we were supposed to mark down which candidate was going to be better for the environment. And he was very, very clearly trying to show that the candidate who was, quote, worse for the environment was supposed to be the candidate that we shouldn't support. So, like, looking back at it now, like, we were totally being indoctrinated into, like, becoming Democrats by this president. Now, of course, most teachers are Democrat in the U.S., so it is what it is, but I don't like the idea of teachers kind of subtly trying to push their political leanings on kids. I would rather they just... I do remember in high school I had like a politics teacher, right? Like a social studies teacher, and he never was pushing that. He was always just like, this is unbiased. We're just talking about the government, not about what I think about the government. I don't even remember what I was talking about before I got into this. Oh yeah, ridiculous politicians. I don't know, as I get older, I fucking hate politicians. They're all slimy. But I do miss when they could just sit down and talk amicably, like I remember McCain and Obama talking. And I think we kind of saw that in 2024 with the vice presidential debate. I did watch that, and I thought that Vance and, what was his name? I remember the Democrat guy's name. That at least was mostly professional. And I appreciated that. What do we need? Okay, we can actually delete that because we're clearing it either way. Update current interface does need to call.
And if you look,
We need to call it like either here or at the end.
I gotta look at this myself.
Do you have to look at it?
Wow. What a view.
What's up with size? It seems to be just sound bites. Yeah. If I have to, if every cloud has its silver lining, I will say that Trump is at least entertaining. I don't feel like I've ever laughed as much as when Trump has been president. At all the absolutely wild things that happen. Okay, so this should at least run. I think for setting up, we only really care about resetting this, setting up the top level interface drives if we actually have any, printing out an error if there are duplicates, because of course that's a config issue, And then we will need to navigate to new drives. But I think that's kind of all we have to put here. Oh, not that. So let's open up the interface component. We'll make a new function locally for change directory. And this is where we can call the subsystem. We'll grab the drive setup. I mean, I will say I don't really like that I have the interface running some of these core programs. I kind of do want to run it in the subsystem. I might move that. And instead of routing them to the interface, we'll just keep them here. Maybe I will do that. Because this is where all the data is anyway. But for right now, I will route it through here. So we'll run the command. And if the invocation is... Yeah, we'll do this. It was weekend. Weekend was good. Nothing too exciting. I'm getting pretty excited for this week though, because we have the new Stalker 2 DLC coming out. We'll be playing that on Friday. Not parsed inputs. What is this? Parsed input. Freedom Dow. It's been a while. How you doing, man? And then the week after this is the new Star Wars game, Zero Company. And I kind of forgot that this was coming out this month. Like XCOM, but Star Wars. And I actually haven't even seen gameplay of this. I only remember that it was coming out. Saw that it was coming out this next week. And I was debating whether or not we should play it on stream. Because I am a big XCOM fan. I love turn-based tactics. I'm playing Corsair Cove. I was playing that, I tried that recently too. We'll see if we play this. Remind me later, we can watch some gameplay of this. And see if it looks good. Ask, I made a game after all this time, kind of small. Dart, backend, Godot, front end. Should I put it on Steam? How did your Coin Pusher game do? It's kind of similar. It's a chess game. I think if you are wanting to advertise yourself, or if you're wanting to make money off of it, right? Then yeah, you should put it on Steam. It's only $100. You do have to do some work to get the page set up. I haven't checked our Coin Pusher game recently. I haven't seen what our player numbers have been. We can look though. It's been like half a year since I last checked. Let me sign in and we can take a look at the numbers. Last time I checked, it was over 10,000 unique players, I believe, total, which is pretty damn good. Very happy with that. They did just make it. I think they did add more requirements for artwork recently, like this year. Let's see. Activations. Oh no, I don't know where I get the 10,000 from. We have, oh no, because it was total units. This is users. So these are people that have added it to their library. These are people who have played it. We are at 7.8 thousand. Which I am very happy with. That's not the right one. Those are keys. Those were for testing. Where am I missing it? Where's the... Where's the right button? Oh, downloads by region. There it is. That's what I was looking for. So if it's similar in game, so if it's kind of like an arcade game, I do know that we localized it to Japanese and Chinese, and that was pretty big. I mean, that's about as big in share as the US. So that was really good. Yeah, I think 10K is good. Most games, I don't think get more than like 100 players. It's kind of scary with the number of average like downloads people get. But I think it's worth throwing it up there, even if it's free. Making a strategy game so localizing to German isn't much. Yeah, I mean, if you're curious, so if you're curious like what arcade games get, this was our total downloads. And I can like mark in red what we localized into for sure. So I definitely had... We didn't do Dutch, but most people in Netherlands speak English as a second language. We did have Russian. We did not have Belgian. We did have Korean and Turkish, Italian, Swedish, yes. Hong Kong, we had simplified Chinese. Simplified Chinese for Taiwan. But we do not have specifically have Taiwanese. We had Spanish. Swiss speak German anyway, so you can kind of include that. So I mean, I think we covered most of our bases pretty damn well with actual human translation. We didn't use any AI, which is pretty nice. I mean, if you're making like an arcade game, I would recommend doing localization. And realistically, you could probably skip some of the countries where it's, you know, like 1 to 3%, but it's up to you. Up to you. 27 from Finland. Shout out to Finland. I wonder what the most like obscure location is that we actually get a player from. French Polynesia. Hey, shout out to French Polynesia. The one Iraqi. One Isle of Man. What a Chad. It's probably just somebody like using a VPN or something. Yeah, but it's probably just some VPN to Isle of Man. But it's cool. It's cool. It's cool to see. And I'm really, you know, I'm glad that we have these breakdowns because we can see exactly where most of our player base was. If you want, like, if you download our game, I think most of the people who translated for Coin Pusher, they do have like their Discord name in the credits, and you can always hit them up for translating. And they were all very very professional, very nice people to work with. How much it changes for paid games? Depends on genre. It definitely depends on genre. Some genres are going to be played more by certain regions than others. Poland's still highest priced country. They still have the pricing issue, yeah, with games. And the reason is it's because of VAT, actually. It's not really on Steam side, so I looked into it, and the reason why you'll have games that are by default priced more in Poland is because, oh, that's depots. Hold on. Packages. Actually, this one's a little bit cheaper in Poland, but it's all because of VAT, because what Valve has to pay tax on it, and they will include the tax in the increased price. So unfortunately, if a developer prices their game slightly cheaper in Poland, it actually means that they're losing out money because they still have to pay that. That VAT tax is still deducted from the money that they make from European countries, unfortunately. So the issue I think that Polish people should have problem with is not Steam, but in fact the problem is the EU adding that VAT tax bullshit. Let me find like a AAA game that for sure is fucking people over. What's a good example? It's something anything from Ubisoft is gonna have it, probably. They don't give a shit. Yeah, there it is. There's that plus 16. Or actually plus 34%. Which lines up with VAT tax. People who do not speak English well in Finland do not game so much at all, so the barrier to entry is high with the language barrier and very few games having good Finnish language support. I know for Redlock we're going to just keep it in English for early access and then, see, because then we can see like where the player breakdowns are and we can then target the most important languages. But I think it's going to, be CJK and eFigs, which if you're curious, CJK is Chinese, Japanese, Korean. eFigs is English, French, Italian, German, Spanish. And then I would recommend stuff like Russian, but then, Russia does have issues with like access to games in some cases, but it's still a pretty cheap language to translate into. If you look at it, like I think if you look at like Steamworks, regional pricing, they do specifically mention somewhere that this is including VAT. I don't remember where they mention that though. That just pulls me back to pricing. But I believe the way it works, the last time I read it, is that when you sell a game to Europe, where VAT tax is relevant, they will deduct that from the sale price before you see the money. And so you sell a game for like, let's say $10, you're going to be removing that 30% or whatever it is. And so in order to receive the same amount of money, it automatically increases the price to consider VAT so that you're making like the same amount in those countries. It's not like Steam is having bad conversion rates. They're doing the conversion right. They're just including the VAT tax that would have to be paid by the developer anyway, unfortunately. What was I doing here? Current valid drive folders. Okay, so the invocation we know is CD. We need to see first when we're parsing the input Is this not empty, right? That's our first check. Yeah, I said US dollar as benchmark, so and there's two factors when you're looking at SteamDB. Let me go back to Watch Dogs because we were using that, right? This is the converted price. So this is how much more expensive it is in that region with the conversion. The Valve suggested is the one that's based on purchasing power and including the VAT. And you know, there's sometimes a correlation here where you can see, okay, well, it's super cheaper in like Chile, but actually compared to the suggested price, it's still more expensive than it should be. Don't issue that in Poland we have one of the highest prices in the world, but we're nowhere close to that to be that rich like Switzerland. I agree. It's mostly because of the VAT bullshit though. Chile, I know. Okay, fine. Conversion rates were bad. They revised it 2 times in the last 3 years, from what I've seen, maybe more. Yeah. I have seen that the Australian dollar is pretty weak. It's kind of weird, because I don't think about the Australian economy being weak, but I don't really know much about Australia and its economy. Yes, Steam does allow you to manually set prices. Like, if you see this and you see red or green, it means that these are either manually set or unrevised, because Valve does update them. So an older game may be unrevised, but if we look at a game like Terraria, I think probably just uses suggested pricing. Yeah, so, you know, Relogic is just using the suggested pricing. Other developers do cheaper stuff, but it's really good, so you can kind of see if a developer is fucking you over here. This, I would probably say, is Concerned Ape just not updating revised prices, but he may be manually setting them too. And if we look at, I don't know, what's a game? Well, let's look up Dragon Age of Veilguard. 311 people suffering. I mean, look, in fairness, oh, they're fucking over Poland and Swiss a bit, but it could be worse. It could be worse. Have you seen the Terraria mod? Yeah, I have seen the Calamity mod stuff, yeah. For anybody who doesn't know, like, there's this massive overhaul mod or expansion for Terraria called Calamity, and it's it just blew up because the developer was creepy. Pretty crazy. Steam is pretty easy. Like, you can get approved pretty quickly. It's a lot of setup, but they make it pretty straightforward. I should put Coin Pusher on itch.io. I believe I do have an itch account, and I think that Microraptor Games has a Epic Games Store account too. I don't remember though. Metro UI error curse the store. Shut up, Anomalies. Wish Veilguard was at 90% sell. I could try out the suffering. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm sorry, but don't believe the lies. Don't believe this rating. This game is not a 67%. 67% of this game is actually, no, 90% of this game is suffering. Okay, this game looks good, right? Like, from a technical standpoint, I think this game was really good. It ran well, it looked pretty, there were good animations. Like, that aspect is good, but the writing is ass. There are few ways to spend your time worse than loading up this game and subjecting yourself to the story and dialogue, okay? And I regret typing none of this. IGN gave it a 9, okay? So this should tell you everything you need to know about the game. Even Co-Carnage, who is kind of a nice guy, said that this game's writing was was kind of horrible. I agree with you, Punka. Like, to me, I don't care if this game looks or sounds good or even has good combat, and I do think that the combat was pretty good. It just got old fast, like it didn't evolve enough. But none of that matters when this is a story, character, and dialogue-driven game. And they ruined all of that. All of those things were the worst. I mean, if you go back and look at like some of Owlcat's old games, right? I don't even know why I don't see their games here. That's kind of weird. Let me just open up Wrath of the Righteous. Like, this game is kind of like old school CRPG, right? You know, this is a bit dated. You could tell that they didn't have the same budget that they had for Rogue Trader, where they did a lot more voice acting. But I will say, like, there's good writing here. There's good characters, and there's some really deep and interesting dialogue, and that to me is what matters most. It's kind of weird that they have like 2 pages, but only one of them has the games. If 2 users on the Windows Store, one of them gave me some good suggestions. Yeah, it's a good 2 users to have then. It's better than having 100 users who don't tell you shit. I think what we'll do is that if current drive location is empty, then we know we're at root. So we need to see if the first token matches with a... We need to see if we can find it here. If it's not empty, we know that we're in a folder, so we need to check current valid drive folders. But that'll be only, I think, if we have a single token. Otherwise, we know... Well, no. No, because we have 2 cases where... Either we directly CD into a folder name, right? Or a drive. Yeah, like either it's like CD folder drive. And that's a single token, or we CD with one of these, and so that's just a movement navigation. So we need to determine what kind of token the first token is. And then we can also check if we're actually moving into a specific location that is known, in which case we probably should just do a check if there is a backslash. What's up, Kent? You don't play RPGs for combat. I mean, I think I do. It depends on the RPG, right? Like, if it's a turn-based game, I do want some good strategy. But I'm much more willing to put up with serviceable combat in a game with, in like a story-driven game, right? Like Mass Effect's combat is, in some ways, just serviceable. It's nothing exceptional. But I don't play Mass Effect for that. And so it's okay. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, we need to determine what kind of first token this is. So let's do this. If first token is equal to actually, I probably could just hard code those navigational tokens, right? So I could probably just do... And we could expose that if we want. I don't think we need to, though. We can just do a contains check. Move up tokens are this... ... and dash. So that'll check if we're doing a generic movement token like one of these. And this one I want to move you back to root. So this will just be move up one folder or move back to root. But we'll handle these as well since they're like Windows and Linux. And then handle separately the move to root. So before we do current drive location, let's handle this. We want to sequence it. I guess we could because we can always just return out if we hit one of these cases. Speaking of games, how's your game coming, Kent? I mean, I think if we know that it's a single token that we're doing one of these two things. Well, no, because this is one token too. We'll just do a contains check. If it contains a backslash, then we know that we are trying to navigate to a specific location. And we definitely shouldn't have more than 2 tokens. We probably should error out if parsed inputs is greater than 1 in length. Or 2. Because we send in the invocation as a token as well. Okay, that'll handle that. If it isn't a movement token, we can check for one of the other cases. Otherwise, we need to check, is this a move to root or just a move up? If it is, we'll need to handle that. Otherwise, we can check for a backslash. Not like search inline, is it? It's is it just a contains? Yeah. And I think too, for the CD command, I do require that the player wrap it in quotes. Although we don't check that. So we'll have to handle the quotation specifically for moving into maybe just folder and maybe not drive. Don't grunt at me. Oop. Careful. I think right now I'm just allowing backslash. I'm not sure if I want to allow forward slash. But I think for gameplay purposes, maybe it would be good to allow forward slash too. Because it's probably not common knowledge that when you're doing CD, you have to use backslash. It's a good point you bring up. I can do it. I can do a contains or. Ooh, not a question mark. I got an alert text message. I don't know too much about Polish, but I see intensywny deszczu, which means I guess we can expect some intensive rain. I know enough to know what that means. I hope not like a storm, because I might lose power if that's the case. I gotta be careful. No, it looks like it's gonna be closer to the nighttime for that. Yeah. We don't have to worry right now. I like thunderstorms. I'm from the Midwest. I'm from Wisconsin. And so, that part of the U.S. is where you just like go out on your porch and you drink a beer while listening to the thunderstorm. And anybody from that region of the U.S. knows that that's what you do. You go outside, you'd be like, smells like rain. Grab some beer. It's nice. I don't know what it is. Midwest. Sitting on porch storm. Sitting on the porch to watch dramatic thunderstorms or listen to tornado sirens roll in is a classic cultural meme and genuine tradition across the American Midwest. It is. Yeah. Like, of course you look up where the tornado is, but if you know you're not near the tornado, you still sit out there. I don't know why. Heading straight to the basement. Locals, especially Midwestern dads, often step outside with hands on hips to assess the sky, smell the wet earth, and track the weather. I don't know what it is, but I can definitely tell you 100% true. I mean, we know here that it may not be a valid folder that the player is trying to navigate to, but we should at least know that the player is trying to navigate to it. And so I think we need to take the first token and then break it and try to grab... We need to replace the colon if it's there. Because if it doesn't contain a colon, then we're fucked. And then I think we can break it at the delimiter. And maybe for the sake of it, what I'll do is I will replace colon with empty character, right? So not a space, but just an empty character. And then I will convert any forward slash to backslash just so that we have it all consistent, and then I can break on delimiter with those subtokens and try to perform the navigation into the folder if that is validly written. What's up, C-Spawn? What are you saying about AI? Gotta get a good whiff of petrichor after a really good pun to really feel like a dad. That one goes over my head. Heard some of the tornado alarms. Some of them sound like psycho clown ice cream trucks. here in Poland, they don't really have tornadoes. Instead, we have air raid sirens. And a couple weeks back, I heard them go off, and I started to freak out until I realized that it was just a test. Like, uh-oh. The Russians have finally done it, huh? Petrichor's the smell of rain? I thought that's the nitrogen that you're smelling. But maybe that's like the proper name for it is the petrichor. Your city, Helsinki, we have air raid test siren every first Monday of the month living close to Russia. We can empathize here in Poland. Air raid sirens are tested the first every month at 3 o'clock. I mean, if I were that country that launched, that, you know, you are using the air raid sirens against, I would just launch the nukes on the first of the month at 3 p.m. Because nobody would think that it's real. It seems like the most obvious strategy of all time. Because they announce to people so that they don't panic when the air raid sirens are being tested. Like, that's super easy information to get. Ah, it's the fancy name, like calling the end of your shoelaces egglets. Alright, Mr. Fancy Pants. I think in the US we have more capability to smell rain versus in other countries. Why is that? Yeah, let's do 2 replaces here. Let's do first token, and we'll do a replace. From colon to... Well, first we need to know if we have a colon, actually. Yeah, we need to test if we have a colon. If we do, we're good. If we don't, we're fucked. And that colon has to be in the right place, because we can't just, like... I know what I need to do. We just need to break it. We need to do a delimiter at the colon and test if the first token from that is a valid drive letter. So no contains. We'll do a split and check if the left string is found in here. Google to my city, the test sounds different, much less intimidating. A real one goes up and down. I guess the real one is untested then. So then people won't know. People will be like, what siren is that? I've never heard that one before. So like... The strategy is there. The strategy is there. You launch your nukes when they're testing the air raid sirens. And nobody will be panicking and you can get maximum damage. I could just do a find. Because then we can use the... We know exactly which data table row handle we're looking in. New drive to navigate to. How you doing, Mavi? Favorite is the Chrysler air raid siren. Give it a listen on YouTube. Chrysler? What, like the car company? You want to link it? I guess we can listen to an air raid siren, sure. Wake up all the lurkers. The non-test want us to say this is not a test. When they hit the button for real, it fails to find the audio file and crashes. Okay, hold on. I don't know if it's gonna be too loud. Dude, that's freaky. I don't know why, but that freaks me out listening to that. That, like, I'm more scared of that air raid siren than I would be of the nukes. That freaks me out. I don't know why, but it freaks me out. Okay, this is where we'll have to... We need to then split... We know it's valid. Now we can do the replace. Empty. Then we need to do a split here. That's not it. Parse into array, delimiter. Oh, we need to do another replace. Hold on. One more replace. And this will be any forward slashes with backslashes, just so that they're all the same. Oh, it's powered by a Chrysler engine. That's why they call it the Chrysler. That's crazy. The main way today is to send text or system message to everyone's phone and stuff like that. But that's the thing, like, if you send... The moment you send that, another country can intercept that, right? And be like, okay, they're testing the air raid sirens on this day at this time. So we'll just launch our nukes at the same time. And not tell anybody. And then how do you quickly ensure that people will know that that's now a real threat and not just a test? And will they believe that? It's like, oh no, you told me it's a test. You told me it's real. I don't know what to believe anymore. Dead. Parsed drive navigation array. A second alarm? Well, people just think, oh, they're just testing it again. Maybe something was wrong. Not using EBNF? What's EBNF? I'm making my own command line, baby. Good luck. All right, so this should be the actual data table row here. And that would be the ST gameplay drive structure. And this is where we then loop through each of the contents to determine if we are able to navigate into folders. And I think we also mentioned too that this needs to be wrapped in quotes with this first token. I gotta check that too. For Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they actually have to send a meme to a meme site. Very slow. Nuke has a lot of time to land. I can get first characters, right? I can get the length. So we can just grab a character at get character. Actually, I can just cut these. I can just chop. Now, I kind of forget. Does left chop off the left? Turns the leftmost characters. Chopping the given number of characters in the end. Okay, so we should just be able to chop one. And then test if... And then right chop is... Oh no, we can just use left and right. That might be even better. Returns the leftmost given number of characters. Yeah, that'll be better. Left, right. It returns the string to the right of the specified location, counting back from the right. So can I not just do one of each? Because it's counting back from the right? Theoretically? Gen Z are adults now, are they? Gen Z. 1997. Yeah, I mean, they should be very much adults. 2012. So those are almost adults. I made the cutoff. I'm still millennial. Okay, so the first thing we do, like, let's assume that this is what the player's typing in. We first check, is it preceded and anteceded? I don't know. Is it starting and ending with quotes? If so, then we have a good navigation to a specific folder. And obviously, if this is false, then we are going to be trying to see if it's a, like a specific valid driver folder that we have available to us. But this is our specific navigation. So then we take this and maybe we should replace those two. We should delete these. As long as they're there. So we'll do modified first token. Take first token, replace, and that will replace all occurrences. A lot of checks for the right formatting. We need that. Okay, we're going to take that modified first token, so it's going to look like this now. And we are going to split it here. And I don't know if if the left is going to be before the colon. I think it will be before the colon. So it should look like that. And we're going to be testing just this part of it to see if it is in our top level interface drives. And this is created when we open up the interface, so we know what drives we have. Our C, D, and Z in this example. Hey Dylan, finally someone on UE5. Finally, good lord, seems like developer streamers all hate UE5. You were not the first person to tell me that. In fact, the reason why I put UE5 in the title is because somebody said it's really hard to find a streamer on Twitch working in Unreal. And they recommended doing that so that other people would be able to find it easier. So welcome. And I hope you're having a good Monday. So we're going to break there. We're going to check that. And if that's true, we know exactly which drive to navigate to. That is our row handle. So second thing we're going to do is we're going to take this first token again. We probably should do the modified one. And we're going to replace the colon with empty. So now we have this. And then we're going to replace any forward slashes that might occur. So maybe the, because it's a game, right? So we need to be a bit flexible with the player. And we're going to break it, parse it into an array at that delimiter, and we should find that we have this. And then we can test these, and we can navigate down into the right structure, hopefully accurately by using the drive setup here and testing these folder names, which will be a very easy case-insensitive string comparison. Fully agreed, it's so relaxing to watch this. As a developer myself, it's so nice to watch someone do something and to actually understand what they're doing. Well, welcome. We don't use AI here either, so we might struggle or be a little bit slower, but we want to have that knowledge built in. And that also means we might have to refactor, many times, but eventually we land on something that I think is quite nice and stable. Been a nice Monday. A sad Monday though. Your daughter's first day of school is today. I'm not ready for this. Oh man. Kindergarten or first grade? Wait. Yeah. I don't know if all countries do kindergarten though. UE5 is a behemoth. It absolutely is a behemoth. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day and I was remarking about how UE5 is pretty much nearly impossible for a single developer to learn completely. And even when they release a new update, it's nearly impossible to learn all the features of that new update before they put out another one. So you have to kind of pick your battles here and work with people who have chosen alternative battles. In the US, yeah, we do kindergarten. Nice. That's what she's going into. You'll learn all of UE5. I'm not learning all of UE5. I have my strengths. And then my weaknesses. Art. But I'm from the U.S. too, but I'm living here in Poland. I'm from Wisconsin, and I was definitely going to kindergarten. Let's see, drive contents. I mean, if this is empty, then we would just, I guess, go back to root. We could always check that first, though. Like, do we actually have any drives to navigate to? No, well, we already do that, don't we? We check, No, we don't. But I mean, we could just do that early. It's like, if we don't have any drives to navigate to, then we're just gonna be at root the whole time. Good at the coding blueprints thing, but I can't animate worth a crap. I need an animation friend and an art friend. Okay, we're in the same boat then. I can't do art at all either. I make systems. I'm a systems designer. I mean, I don't know if these should necessarily error, but I'll just raise script errors there so we know if we hit them. I almost wonder if we should make like another function for just nav to root. We do need like the actual built string of where we are at any given time, right? So we'll have to build that. Now, normally when you're doing this navigation, we can't go back further than the drive, but I think I'm going to let... I'm going to let players go back to like the root. And then you can navigate into drives a little bit easier. We can always refactor that later too. I'm not using code personally, but a lot of this stuff will be converted into code when we are starting to actually like build the proper architecture. Depends on what we need to do for performance purposes. But that'll be up to our lead coder to designate. Do we want to do a for loop? Because we should know the length of this, right? So if we would know that this is length of 3. We navigate first into the drive. Here, so we know exactly which drive it is. So we should be able to delete the first index of the parsed drive navigation array. So we can do that. In our example case, we're left with 2. So we're first going to loop through the available folders, but I feel like we can just do a for loop since we know that we're only navigating to 2, or we just do a for each. And I suppose if we determine that it's valid, then we can just set the the current location, like from like a front end standpoint, right? Like a player facing standpoint. When you look at your command line, you see that you are in this directory. And so we can just set that string equal to the command token minus the quotes. Working with one thing I hate working with, and that's arrays. Just can't wrap my head around how to use them. They're super useful. I'd love to turn this into an educational stream to help you understand arrays, because man, they're so good. But it's hard to explain. I mean, I imagine that you understand what an array is, right? Like a single column or row in an Excel spreadsheet. But it's harder to explain specific use cases without having to show what that's going to look like. But I mean, they're pretty much just used everywhere. You know, like inventory would be an array because you have an array of items, and then you can loop through those and you can find the item that you're looking for. Maybe you're adding in gold, and so you want to find that gold entry and then add in more gold. Kind of throw stuff at them until it sticks. I don't know. I know some inventory systems I'm working with right now. Still kind of lost with it. That's fine. One thing at a time. What gets really advanced is when you start having like an array of arrays or a map where you have like a key and then an array as the value. I am doing some nesting here with these drives. Arrays of arrays of arrays. Inventory right now, I array and map with the keys thing. Maps are nice. Maps are really nice because they are... You have a single unique key. And that's guaranteed. So you know that if you are editing one of those keys and it exists and you do like another add to a map, it's not going to add a new value to that map, but rather it's going to update the one that you currently have. So that's quite nice. But the arrays are nice too because then you can have multiple values. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think we loop through the parse drive navigation array. No. How do I want to do this? We could do a for each loop with break, and at any point where we discover that this is invalid, we set that to invalid. Because all we're doing here is determining if this is valid, and then which set of locational indices we move the player into. So let's do this. Let's promote this to a local variable. We'll do current drive. Then I'm going to loop through the navigation array. We're going to get the current drive. We're going to break this. Oh, I can always split it here and just do it that way. Current drive contents. We're going to loop through these. We're definitely going to want to store the index of this. Let's do current drive location index. Current folder contents. Just want to get to the point with arrays, maps, and so on to the point I don't have to look up videos to make something work with it. Currently I have to look stuff up when it evolves, all that. I think you'll learn quickly. I think you'll get to that point quickly. Where you feel comfortable, at the very least, like experimenting without the use of a video. And then from there, I think you'll pretty quickly get to the point where you never need the video again. But even people, you know, who are way better at than you and I with coding have to refactor all the time. We make mistakes, we make assumptions about the architecture, we have to redo things. This is going to have inevitable bugs with what we're making today. At some point we will need to add the location index, but only when the actual folder name. But this is an instance structure, so I need to determine if this is valid for folder type. Because we only care about valid folders. Okay, but this raises a problem. This does raise a problem. And maybe something with my data where, okay, I can set these as folder structures. But what if there's a file in between the folders? Is that index going to cause a problem? No, because if we imagine that this is, like this middle one is a file instead. Then we're just going to skip this, but we still are updating the index. So it's just like one, we would never be able to have 001, we would just be able to have 000 or 002 to navigate into. So I don't think that'll matter. If it just fails to resolve as a folder, then we can just ignore it. We'll have homework and videos specifically teaching things like that. Eventually you'll get there. That's how I was on pretty much everything else at first. Same. I'm good without videos. Arrays are just another thing for me. Once you get there, I think you'll start to like... The moment you have arrays and maps down perfectly, it's going to open up a whole new world. You thought as algorithms and data structures? Those are some of the most useful data structures. I think there's a lot of material about those. I agree with what Dylan's saying though, where there's a lot of tutorials out there that they're either so bad that they just kind of show you something but then don't explain it to you, or they're not kind of built in a way where you, I guess an easier way to say it is they're rarely ever built in a way that you're learning something from them. A lot of tutorials are just follow what I'm doing, but you never know why I'm doing it. And those are kind of the worst. And I don't know like any tutorials that actually have like homework. Like, hey, try now to build this thing on your own after we've taught you how to do it. But it would be nice. Give me a sec to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Maybe I could do the types of videos, do a video where you teach things, not just follow me, do exactly as I do. I kind of did that. It is a bit older, but I did make one tutorial video. It's long though, right? And I'll tell you why it's long. If I can find it. Ooh, Jack Frags made a video about Star Wars Galactic Racer. Not that I'm getting distracted.
This is insane.
Oops.
I am...
We're gonna play that game when it comes out. Where's my tutorial? Tutorial. This video. So it's a 3-hour, 46-minute video, but I explained kind of like the basics of blueprinting enough to where you can make this small little project where you run around and pick up coins, and it adds to your like score. And then when you reach a certain score, you win. And then we implemented a couple of additional things with that. I swear I've watched your video in the past. Maybe you did. We got 540 video views on this, which is pretty cool. It's long, but I do explain like how to do things and how we're doing things in between. I'd love to make an updated one where I show off some, like maybe some more advanced stuff, but I don't know. There's no editing or cutting here, so I don't like cut anything out. So if I run into any problems, we kind of explain that along the way. We made some like animations on those as well. And then I think at the end, I implemented like a very basic tooltip, like interaction system. I don't know if we show that off anywhere though. Oh my god, stop yapping and just show the game. I don't know, it's long. I don't really remember it. Oh yeah, look, there's the little tooltip. You can see that's kind of nice. You did watch it on what? That's crazy that of the 540 views on this video, you are one of them. And then you just stumbled upon our stream again today. That's really cool. I hope it helped. And thanks for the follow as well. If you watch that, by the way, and you are like learning, if you were learning blueprints, tell me, did that help you, you know, explaining things? Did I yap too much? I probably did yap too much. Let's set this to current navigation token. You're assuming it did. Okay, I will accept that assumption because that's a good one. It's better than it not helping. I was considering doing a series where I explain all of the individual like variable types and how to use them. I thought that could be kind of nice too. Because I have some other friends who are pretty new to blueprinting and they kind of struggle with like, hey, when do I use a boolean over an enum? What even is an enum? How can I use these to my advantage? I thought that'd be a pretty fun series to make. I mean, we know if it's valid that it is a folder. If it equals that folder name, then we can actually jump in and loop through the next folder. I don't think gameplay tags are better than booleans personally. There's different use cases for them, but tags are not great because tags are not they're not really runtime modifiable. You have to declare a tag before you actually get into gameplay, whereas a boolean is a very simple, easily modifiable check during runtime. It's more rigid, and I think the rigidity of a boolean where it's not going to have any of those subtags is sometimes better. Well, booleans are the red, right? These are just true or false. You also have enums, like an enumeration. And enums are great because they are very, very performant and easy to switch on. And they are also bit masked, so you can do some math modification with them, and that's a huge benefit. Is that you can do a literal enum to byte or byte to enum. I mean, we don't know how many folders to nest into. We have to kind of keep looping until we run out of our tokens. We have to almost make a generic loop. But theoretically, this should just loop if we're just going through this and then looping through each of these. We do want to break if we find it though, because then we want to go to the next one. But this is wrong. We'll drive contents loops through this, but then we need to break into another array of instances of folder contents. We need to loop through folder contents. Drive we loop through once to find the index of the first folder. But then we have an potentially infinite. Of course, you know, realistically it's not going to be infinite. But we have to be able to handle n number of folders, because, you know, I can just keep kind of adding more folders to this, right? And we can just kind of keep going infinitely deeper with another folder. So this will be the first folder. And if we hit the first folder, this is where then we would just keep kind of going deeper and deeper with the next tokens. I might have to switch up where I do these loops. Really true or false in subtags, and you can change them to true or false based on something happening. No, I mean, tags are great. It's just there are different use cases for different things. It's not that one is inherently better. You would like the variable series. You could edit them. Yeah, we could look into that. I hate editing. I'm really slow with it. But it could be nice. Well, you don't have to prove it. I mean, I think even basic editing, because it's just like cutting out. Maybe I explained something wrong. It's like, okay, easy cut out. Yapping too much, cut that out. Not important. Yeah, I think we need to handle the first folder because it's different. Well, not really. I mean, it's either way, this is still an array of instant structures, right? But we do need to check the instant structure insofar that it is a folder and that it matches the name. Because then the folder contents is another array of instant structures. This is an array of instant structures, right? So we should be able to reuse this. we break this loop here, it completes, and we add in the current location. So we should change this to a for each loop with break, because then we'll change the current drive contents here to the contents, to the folder contents here. Oh, not then. That's current folder contents. Where's current drive contents? Current drive. Current drive. Yeah, but it's an array. You know what? Maybe we should do is we should split that. We should grab the current drive and set a local variable of an array of instance structures. Something feels wrong here, though. Ugh. Yeah, so in the game, you'll be able to open up a network interface, like a computer, basically, but you only have command line. And you can navigate between folders and files. Well, you can navigate between folders, and you know what I mean. Like, just opening up Explorer, but you're navigating through this, right? And when you create the data for these drives, we can nest folders into each other, of course, as you would expect. And so what I need is a nice simple way to get the player moving between that, and we need to parse that command in a valid way. But we use instance structures, which are design typed structures. So I can make my data table here, and I can nest files and folders. But we need to be able to kind of like infinitely parse that. So I'm thinking we go one token at a time. Like if we imagine a folder within a folder within a folder on your C drive. We'll navigate to the right drive. We have that working. And then we need to just kind of keep going deeper and deeper and deeper until we get to the point where we need to be. So we need to loop through an array of instanced structures. Current drive is fine. But I'm going to set, I'm going to split this. We're going to just set a local variable for current folder. Yeah, see, I already have current folder contents here. I'm going to change this to an array of instance structures. Because we're going to kind of like treat it as a... We're going to treat it as a folder, because it kind of is, right? Your C drive, your D drive, when you open up your PC, those are our folders. And then we'll do a for each loop with break through that. And the reason why we break is so that we can come back and test the next token in the line. And I apologize for not answering messages. I just got to get to mental understanding here. We'll set our current index. We should be able to test then whether this instance structure is a folder or a file, because we only want to move forward if we have a folder. And we're going to look for a matching folder, and if that folder matches, we're going to set the new folder contents. And then we will break the loop. Why folder? I just met her. Ha 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 ha. So if I'm doing coding, I can code in Java stuff, but not anything else. Oh, some of here coding and modding things while watching your stream. I think most people, I'd love to do a survey if we get like 30 to 50 people. How many people are working on their own games or coding while they're watching me? We try to keep things chill. Play some nice music. Get distracted. Sometimes. Only a little bit. We do some game stuff too. This week we'll be doing the new Stalker 2 DLC. Starting that on Friday. And I am debating whether or not we do the new Star Wars game, Zero Company. But I feel like that'll be a game with so much playtime that it'll be hard to stream that. But we could always stream like a day or two and see if we want to continue it. Needed a break from making your game? I was starting to feel burnt out. Yeah. Wanted to play a game. I've been in a big loop of messing with grass and trees. So I'm gonna take a break until I can buy this foliage plugin that I want so bad. It's smart. Do that. Because the moment you get burnt out, you'll start hating your game, or you'll start regretting even opening it up. And if you're feeling like you start hating yourself or hating the time you're spending, it's just everything goes out the window then. So like we lose viewers. I don't care about viewer numbers, but we lose viewers when I stream games and people unsubscribe, and it's like, okay, it's fine. But I'm not going to stop doing it because I don't want to get burnt out working on my game. Because then I start hating my game. And if I don't know, if I wake up and someday and I'm just like, look, I don't want to work on the game today. I'm a bit too stressed, or I don't know what to do next.
I swear to God,
just play something else.
If you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
Don't do it. So this should work. This should generically loop through folder contents until we find the right folder. I think we do need to test though if the current folder contents is actually like empty or not. But that should be an easy check. Just put that here. Go from 5 viewers to 0 when I do game dev stuff, but I still do it. That's smart. Yeah, just absolutely do that. One of the things I recommend, I just turn off all these numbers. They don't matter. I just pretend that there's, I don't know, 1 million people in the viewers, and I just talk the same way. But working streams helps productivity. I agree. I think so too. Is co-working actually a Twitch category now? No. They made it into its own category? Really? Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. I didn't know that. Don't even have that screen open. I don't look at numbers. That's a good. I think you're already on the right track then. It always feels bad, you know, when you're streaming to 0 people, especially like when you're starting out streaming. But nobody wants to come into a stream where the streamer isn't talking. So if you know that you have 0 viewers, or like you just have lurkers, you know, you may not talk, but then it's like your lurkers will absolutely just turn off the stream or turn on somebody else who is talking. So you always have to pretend that somebody is listening and somebody wants to listen. And so you just kind of keep talking. Kind of miss working in an office with great coworkers. Me too. I miss that too. I love working in an office with game dev. But I'll tell you, when I was working on Darkest Dungeon, I got burnt the fuck out of this game. I will openly admit, when I was working on this, I got so burnt out, I started hating the game. And that was a lesson I had to learn. Don't get burnt out. You're always talking, you have ADHD, so if I know no one is watching, I'm always talking. Yeah. Yeah. Put your rubber duck first. Yeah, you can think that you're speaking to a rubber duck. I rubber duck with you guys all the time. Okay, so we have theoretically this should work, where we're updating folder contents and then immediately breaking the loop. Because then we'll exit back to here. We're going to get the new folder that we're checking and updating the token. And so what we should end up doing is basically testing and going in folders and folders and folders until we don't have anywhere deeper to go. Either we run out of tokens to check and we've succeeded at that, or something is wrong and we can't match a token. And I think in that case, I need to use a boolean here for B found matching folder. We need to assume that this is false. So default false. We're going to set this to true up here. And we need to reset it each run. And before we add the folder index, only if true, we then need to do probably a break here and do another boolean for B failed folder navigation. And we will assume that that is false as well, for consistency's sake. And we don't want to reset that, because if at any point this gets set to false, then we need to immediately break out of that. So we either successfully run out of tokens or we fail folder navigation. It's going to be a little bit of spaghetti here. This one's a little bit hard to avoid. I mean, honestly, no, because it's going to be jumping back to here anyway. I think I'll just set that, and then we can just do the test here. And if that's ever false, we can break out right here. Or I'm sorry, if it's true. I'll just do a not. I'll invert that boolean. Yeah, just, I mean, keep going. Like, every single streamer in history had 0 viewers before they had 1. Every single one. And some people reached, you know, 100 faster. I never really break 30 tops, but it's still fun. It's just nice to talk to people. This function side of functions, so these sections you're testing for specific things, make them into function. I don't think I have to though, because I don't intend to use those sub-functions anywhere else. And if you break things into too many functions, then you're having to check so many different places for little parts of it. You only really need to break things into functions if you need to separate that or you plan to reuse that code. Otherwise, just put it into a single function and you're fine. You can avoid spaghetti mess by blueprinting safely and correctly. You know, use your splits, split things up, then comment it out, right? A good example, because this is still work in progress, but a good example would be like our components here. You know, break it up in a safe way. There's a little bit of mess here though. I gotta clean this up too. This is not the best one to use as an example, I think, because I have some old shit here. Don't let me forget that. I'll clean this up. I'll add it to the list. This one's just long, but we can always also do another sequence here and break these up into a more vertical structure. Because this is just kind of going on forever. So I might sequence things up until the actual loop. Since this is a check, this is just a set, this is another check. That's a set. Set. And then we have the actual meat of the navigation. And this is function, this part is function potential because I will be using that up here too. Kind of. If you can use custom events inside functions, you can call them, but you cannot implement their calls. If that makes sense. It's like I can put a I can implement a custom event here, but I cannot call that from. I can call that custom event, but I can't actually implement the entrance or the event itself.
Mr. President, wake up.
You like that one, Hilden, don't you? Really cold on how I feel about it would be helpful to use them here. I mean, sometimes. If you need to call like a subsection from inside a function though, I feel like that would mean that you probably need to, you know, at that point you're reusing that section for various reasons, so you might as well just make that into a function with some inputs. Or just, you know, if you know that you need latent actions, then throw it into your event graph. The benefit of functions is that you have that output or that return, whereas the benefits of using your event graph is that you can have latent actions like a macro. Just depends on use cases. Because you can bind functions and events to dispatchers too. But you can only set timers with functions. That is a benefit of function over timer of an event. You're smart. Don't tell my wife. It's all just trial and error, right? It's just like you learn something new, you figure out that it opens up your brain, you have to then unlearn the things that you knew for 2 years and build up like a new set of skills. Dispatchers was something I didn't figure out for the first maybe at least 5 years of working with Unreal. I didn't understand them, and I didn't really understand why they were good. And so I was kind of like hardwiring blueprints into each other in a way that it made them work, but it made them very dependent on each other and very prone to breaking if I didn't do things in the correct order. Or let's say like I destroyed an item. Well, they were all so nested into each other that if I destroyed one, it would kind of like throw out a whole bunch of errors and stuff, right? And it just takes time before you get to that point where you are, you know, you're handling like item or actor destruction in ways that, you know, it's just kind of safe and just kind of works. Or actor to actor communication. And stuff like that. It takes time to get to that point. You see this? This is a book of knowledge. This is a schematic. This teaches you how to make something so important to your run of our game that I allow you to destroy it if you want. You don't like books, you don't like rating, throw it in here, press the button. Goodbye knowledge. We'll see how players soft lock themselves with that one. Interfaces are cool though. I do like interfaces. Interfaces are nice because they are they're like silent if you fail, because you can just say, hey, does an object implement an interface? So you can like test, even if there are two different actor classes, whether or not they implement this interface. And because it's typeless, you can directly contact that interface and send that message, right? So we can just say like, what's one of my messages? We can just send that if that is actually implemented. And if this fails, right, if it doesn't implement the interface and we just call it directly, it's not going to throw an error, it's not going to crash my game, it's just something isn't going to occur if whatever I'm calling doesn't implement that interface, which is nice. Very, very useful. Very useful. Wonder if using them, event dispatchers or something else out there, I wonder if that would fix an old issue I had in my old version of the game. Like I had a chest you could open and get loot. Yeah, that actor was a child of a master item. When I would open that chest, then save, then reload my world, if I remove that chest or saved it as open for some reason, the is openable to all the children is true. So all the chests in the world are no longer openable. It depends on what you were setting when you were interacting with it. Because it should have targeted the instance, right? You know, you had like that base item. So for instance, like my grabbable... I'll use one of my own examples here. When I have a grabbable item like this is the base class. So anything that we can grab, like this light or this sticky light or this resonant device, are all children of this class. So I implement the base functionality for grabbing an item and throwing it and dropping it and all that stuff on here, but then I make the child classes of different types from this. But it's all instance-based. So something might have just been a little bit wonky, or maybe you were putting some, you know, specific code for the chest on the base item when it should have been on the child type. But we do a lot of binding to dispatchers ourselves in these. Ignore the messiness, this is a prototyped item. You'll see different like bindings to on destruction or when something is getting updated. The biggest danger though is because I do a lot of like, here's like a whole bunch of bindings I do at the start when this this actor is initialized. You then also need to make sure that you unbind things that need to be unbound. And if you forget to do that, binding and blueprints will stack. So if you like bind to, I don't know, an item being interacted with, but forget to unbind that, and then you do another binding, you're going to have 2 bindings that will send that message twice, and then 3 times and 4 times, and that's the biggest danger with dispatchers. Casting from a line trace, the hit result, and it was one of the children of a master class, yeah. The bool was open to true and saved that variable and loaded it back, I don't know. They reloaded it back to the master. Yeah, it probably was just tied to the master item and not the child, if I had to guess. Something like that. You can always check too, there is a very useful like blueprint debugger. And you can check the different variables for that in real time when you're playing. I think it is kind of new, the blueprint debugger. There, I don't remember which version of Unreal I added the blueprint debugger, but I think it is relatively new. For a long time, they didn't have it. I don't know if they mention it. Yeah, who knows? There's that, and then there's other debug tools too that can help with if you're doing view models, or like widget reflector is nice, or just using breakpoints. And that way, when you hit that part in the code, you can see it getting hit and what your current variables for that instance are like. Although we don't even hit that node yet. There are chests that can open and spawn loop, but I don't have it set up where I can save the open state and so on just yet. Based on that issue I've had before, I have avoided it. Are you doing it just by like setting that as like a save game boolean? Because you probably need to, at the start of the game, do that check if it is open on spawn or not. Because that way when it initializes, it can check that boolean if it's true or false and then play the animation. Okay, if we fail, we fail. Otherwise, we need to take the modified first token, and that's going to be... You can actually set it here. Let me do this. Let me set it in between here. Yeah, but that replaces that. Hold on. This we will eventually write into an MVVM, so I'm just gonna throw it here, hard-coded for now for testing. Current drive location string. We only need to do this replace. And that should take our, if we succeed, our CD like this, and it's going to change any forward slashes to backslashes, and just remove the quotes so that when we are actually looking at the current location, we see it like this. And I can always add that in that greater than sign too. Unless we just keep that built into the, I can just add it. I can always remove it and move it somewhere else later. Set up a full weird save game. I can't remember the person I was watching to learn the save game, just avoiding the stuff for now. I shouldn't, but I am. It's okay. Like, if you're still kind of learning how to make games, I think it's very okay to make like a arcade style game where it's short, sweet, and you're not meant to save progress between runs. It's very, very okay to do. And inevitably, you'll probably get to the point where you develop your game, you'll probably get like stuck or something, or you'll realize that it'll be easier to just remake the game from scratch with all the new knowledge you have. But, with all those, advanced features like saving and loading. Yeah, so we definitely want this eventually to write to an MVVM, but this will be fine right now. And I'm going to just hard code call. Well, I could write to an MVVM. The subsystem cannot own an MVVM though, so I do need to make an owner for that. Actually, can a subsystem own an MVVM? I might be wrong about that. Let me search. Hey Xenofox, it's okay to make arcade games? Of course it is. Who dictates that? Well, I mean like the structure of arcade games where you load it up and there's no save state, you just kind of start over. That's what I mean. I didn't word it very well. But there are some people who think that every game needs to be endlessly updated or allow like complex save states. Let me see if I can find a location where I have initialized an MVVM outside of a like player component or something. People teach how to do a save game thing, but they mostly show you how to save your players, location, rotation, and variables. I think it'd be cool to show how to save complex variables like maps and so on. Other info from children and so on. Some of that does depend if you're using persistent levels with the old world partition, or if you're using the new system. Wait, no, world partition is the new one. The previous one is oh god, I forget the name of it. From Unreal 4. You restarted a few times already, same project, third time around. Now this time I made the same game, but 10 times faster. That's good. It's nice that I've been learning more over time. That's a smart way of doing it. APC, WBP, MVVM, BPC. I could have sworn one time I do initialize the MVVM. I could always initialize it from the interface. Technically, I could make the interface the owner of the MVVM. Maybe that would be smart. I don't see a reason why we can't do that or shouldn't do that. I mean, if the subs, I think it would be better if the subsystem owns the MVVM, but I don't know if the subsystem can own the MVVM. But I'm not really sure why that wouldn't be possible. Oops, that's the wrong print. I would just need to make the MVVM. All right, we will force it on in the plugin. That's fine. MVVM is model view view model, which is a way of talking with widgets on the screen, like UI elements, without hard coding your gameplay data and functions to a specific widget. So it acts as like a middleman data holder that then sends update events to any number of implemented widgets. So for instance, we have like this this timer in the upper right of our screen, right? And this is a separate component that is updating the time and sending that to one of these MVVMs. And the widget implements the update event for that MVVM. So there is no direct connection between our timer and the widget on screen. And so if I wanted that timer to show up anywhere else, I can just implement the same MVVM, and now the event is broadcasting to two separate widgets. So it's a decoupling of your data from your widgets themselves. And it makes for a much cleaner user interface where, let's pull up one of my examples here. Here's our timescale one. So we can update the game time here, we format it, right? And then this sets with broadcast. So if we open up our UI for the timescale, or the on-screen timer, there's actually no events here. There's no functions at all. None of the logic is held within here. We just simply tie this to the current game time text. And that automatically gets updated when the MVVM is going to be updating that game time, which is here. And so we could like change the layout of this. We could put this game timer somewhere else, and there's no logic whatsoever. It is very wild. It is very good. If you're working with like UMG though, and you're used to putting all your UI functionality in the UI itself, you'll have to unlearn everything. But it's super powerful. And most of the time we have the listeners, right? So I actually just bind events to our timescale component. And so that these functions get called format time and update game time whenever our component is actually ticking. And then of course we do need to uninitialize that whenever like an actor gets destroyed or something. Is always an important thing to do. Because MVVMs right now, if you're using them in blueprints, they don't really get destroyed properly. So they're a little bit annoying to use. I think they're still in beta technically, if we look at the plugins. Yeah, it's still in beta, so hopefully they'll get that finished up in 5 years. But it is working. It is working with a few caveats. Yeah, forever beta the epic way. I wish I could disagree. Yeah, it is a view model. And the MVVM is like the it's the practice. It's the whole idea. But then what you are you're constructing view models. So I think I am a little bit confusing it when I talk about it. I would think it'd be pretty safe to call it here. On world components updated. I could always bind an event to the subsystem initialization too. I would think.
FLOD 91 just subscribed.
Hey Flodio, thanks for the Prime sub, and welcome back. Can we play around with making a fun random remake of Demon's Souls 3? Oh, is it just a nice small game, huh? Because playing it was fun, but having long spaces between save spots, it's annoying. If you die, you have to do a bunch of crap. Yeah. You can kind of see how much progress From Software has made with like creating their genre. But they've never been afraid to be bold and to try things. I can respect that. Alright, let's see here. Gameplay CLI. Model view, view model base, MVVM, gameplay CLI. And we'll set that to object reference. Should be good there. Good here, good here. Really good start. There's a great website that shows the levels in WebGL Java for Demon Souls? Really? I had no idea about that. You want to start? I think that the main difficulty of like making games like that is you have to make the combat feel good. I mean, if you think about how many people have been trying to make Souls-like games, and they just struggle with making actually good combat, you kind of start to realize how difficult it is to take what on the surface feels like a very simple combat system. And I think that it is simple in it's elegant, right? But then to actually balance it, there's so many considerations around like animations and timings, hitboxes. Yeah, if you're just doing it for yourself, there's never any hurt to doing it then. Let's see if this actually initializes. It is there. It is being owned. So we might be okay having the MV or the subsystem own the MVVM then. Works for me. So now we can set a variable. We'll do current drive location text with a field notify, update current drive location, new location string. Nice simple convert. What did I name this? Gameplay CLI. Pull it from the global view model collection, update, gameplay, CLI. Optional can help prevent warnings when it appears. Not needed though. And we'll set the text. Boom. Now it should update. No clip.website. I've never heard about this. Why have I never heard about this? That's fucking crazy, dude. How have I not heard about this? Maybe I have once. It seems familiar, but I must have forgotten about it. I have to see if my level designer friends know about that. They probably do, right? This is so cool. I wonder what would be needed for, yeah, this is so cool. They have a lot of games. Huh. I didn't expect them to have, like, fully functional shaders, even. Wow. Thanks for the wonderful distraction, Alley Cat. Well, I could just export these levels into a usable model. There might be some other tools for that, now that I think about it. Okay, hold on. Let me check something. Do we ever need to uninitialize this MVVM? Yes, but there should already be an event for that. On deinitialize. We can remove an MVVM from here. And I might take the directory. I think I will turn this part into a function. At the very least. What's up, Budutowski? Nazdrovia. I might turn this to a function so that I can reuse this, and we'll put in a dispatcher that we can then bind to in the MVVM, or whenever this updates. We only really need to know, well, we update the current drive. This is a current... We only need two things. We need to know the data table row handle and our tokens, I feel like. And our modified first token. Let's hard code the CD command in for right now. Because we just want to test it. And I at least want to get to the part where we are... We do need something, we need something valid. We actually need this to be valid. So I need to do... Actually, exactly this. With quotes. Oops. And then we'll put a breakpoint in it. It should hit there. Let's give it a test. It didn't. It went into the ether. What did I have hooked into here that I unhooked? That scares me a little bit. I don't know why that's there. I'll have to look at the previous day of development. It is hitting it. Yeah, run it on the interface. CD. Oh, it's split here. You know what we need to do? Yeah, this might be one of the problems is that if it's contained in quotes, we need to send that as a whole token. That's an easy fix though. We're just gonna get the first token, and if it starts with a quote and then the last token ends with a quote, then we will consider that all the same token before we do the parsing. That is easy. Yeah, let me make it above here and then we'll splice it in. I actually need to do a split at the first space. That'll separate the token. We're gonna get the right token and determine, let's do a trim first. Trim and trim trailing. And do a left, right, equal case insensitive. And the token quote wrapped. And then we can do a select here. On token quote wrapped. If true, we don't really want to parse that into an array. Maybe we'll just do a branch. I have to sneeze. Oh, it's right there. Never mind. Okay. So it was right there. Damn you. Yeah, if token quote wrapped, we can skip the parsing into an array. And we'll just make the parsed input from that this should work. Should work. Hey, it's pretty cool, Dylan. That's pretty exciting with your daughter, though. That's gonna Hopefully she had a good first day. I really, really hope that. Made some friends. Did some finger painting. I don't know. I don't know what kids do in kindergarten these days. Watch brain rot. Hopefully not. Hopefully not the brain rot. Watch, she like started some gang already, and I don't know, it was like bullying. Yeah, I started a gang, Dad. I beat up some kids. Cut some bitches. That's my girl. I hope it was finger painting. I mean, like, we'll set up the array first, and then if the... Like, if this is false, if it's not token wrapped, then we can do the actual parsing with the previous full input. Otherwise, we'll just move on. And so we should be able to just splice that in here. And I think that'll solve our problem. Brain rot shit on YouTube and stuff is really out of hand. It really is. It's like in school, beat the hell out of bullies, so for sure she will get into trouble one of these days. Cut off some gun's ball sacks. Yeah, imagine she just comes home and says that. Like, I have so many questions. Where did you learn those words? Did you actually do it? Where'd you get the knife? The brain rot is really, there's so much. That scares me, being a parent these days. And you can't protect your kid forever. Like, eventually they're going to, you know, somebody else's kid was like given a phone at the age of 2, and you know that kid's age is the same as their amount of neurons. So they of course show the brain rot to the other kids, and the other kids, not knowing that that's gonna like negatively affect them, they watch it. You can't protect your kid forever, but you also need to, because they consume too much of that shit and it's just gonna ruin them. Scary. Alright, let's test this again. Let's see if it properly poops this into the right format. I think they say the next generation is dumber for the first time. I think that is true, Bake. I think I saw that too. Hey, look at that. That's correct. That is correct. Alright, good check. We wrapped it in quotes. I don't know what that's bitching to me about. Access done trying to read the game instance or the subsystem. You ever tried Tatra tea? Isn't that the... Is that the alcohol? Yes, I have taken a shot of this 72% one. I haven't tried the others. I took a shot of this. Don't take shots of this. I can only tell you that. Do not take shots It's not good. Maybe, I would think like the 37% hibiscus and red tea liquor is probably better. Do not take shots of the 72% alcohol by volume Tatra tea. Oh, only one I can say. That was a bad decision. I went into the bar. I was like, "Give me this. What's the strongest thing you have? Give me a shot of that." Don't do it. I'm kind of wondering if the base subsystem is like kind of fucked up. Because technically we implement a child of that. Access not trying to read property of the view model. Oh, that's just on deinitialization. It's possible that it's deinitializing the subsystem beforehand, so we can just fix that with a validation. I mean, in most cases, if this subsystem is getting deinitialized, it means you're quitting the game. So this is kind of unneeded redundancy, but whatever. It opens the deep mind. I like mulled wine. Mulled wine is my go-to, or whiskey, like some bourbon, old-fashioned. But if I just want like to pour something straight, I'm gonna get some mulled wine. It's my jam. All right, we can avoid that error. This one, however, troubles me because I know what's happening. We actually do need to call the Redlock network base due to the way that it initializes subsystems. I can call that one, but we shouldn't be doing this. We can do it for testing, but I should not be putting it here. It's very, very no bueno. That is game content being referenced in my plugin. So we don't want to do that. Okay, it is now getting called though, thankfully, so we can test it. Invocation CD. And then we have CD and this. Top level drives. We have our C drive here. Parsed input is not empty. We're going to make sure that it is a length 2, which is true. We're going to grab the first index, and that is our token. It's going to fail up here because we do not contain actually it will. It does contain a dash. We should check for quotes first. I feel like we should do this check. It's fine though. It will fail here, and it'll just go to this other sequence. Fine. Oh no! We're okay because I'm checking if the whole first token is equal to one of these. We're fine. Never mind. I wasn't doing a search inline or anything. This should succeed. We're going to modify it by removing the quotes. Beautiful. We're going to remove the colon. Oh no, we're checking if there is a valid, if we're looking at the C drive. C, we're going to look for it. That should succeed. It did succeed. So we have the new drive to navigate to. We know that we're looking in the C drive. Remove the colon, switch all slashes, and then parse that at the delimiter of the slash. So we have C folder 1, folder 1-1. We're going to remove the first index because that's the C drive. And we just have 2. Why does it still show 3? Oh, okay, it does there. So that was the input. We're fine. Folder 1 and 1-1. We're going to loop through the C drive and set the folder contents. We have 3 folders. And we're going to first check for folder 1. We have not found a matching folder yet, so we're going to loop through these. We are at current drive location index 0. Actually, you know what we should do is we need to add an index for the drive as well. Back here, we need to plug in that index if it's valid. We can't forget that. When matching nav to drive, make sure to add index to local current drive int array. Because that way we know that we're in index 0 for the drives. And now we're looking at the next one. Hey Redlock, just made a game today for my stream to play while you're live. It's in beta, still have stuff to fix and test it today on stream. Was fun. In one day you made that? I always wanted to do that with Cauldron Chronicles. Make like a little alchemy game that people can play. Okay, so it is a folder. This should be true. It doesn't say that, but our first folder is folder 1. And then we have folder 1-1 after that. Next, we'll try like folder 2 or folder 3. So we found a matching folder, so we're going to break out of this fast. Matching folder true, current drive location is going to be equal to the index 0. We have one more token to go through, and that's folder 1-1. And this should succeed on the first one. And so we have 0, 0. Now we're out of tokens. We did not fail folder navigation. So our current drive location string is going to get updated to C:\, folder 1, folder 1-1. Greater than symbol. That is correct. That is correct. Let me go to the bathroom and then we can continue on with this. But that is correct. Here be. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about how long that took. I had a delivery of clay to drop off. You know what I mean? TMI, right? Thank God we only have men in our chat. The ladies are gonna get grossed out. Oh, I just dropped my phone. Hold on. Uh-oh. Safe. We're fine. Ugh. I did it in Visual Studio Code. Learned a lot yesterday how to use Visual Studio. You guys ever program in Basic? I forget the name of the we're like programming in this, like actual Microsoft Visual Basic. Did anybody ever use this back in the day? Make little programs and stuff? Hello, Death Class, yeah. It was pretty cool, like you could like drag and put on buttons and stuff. Some people still use it for like super simple, stable applications for industrial. Cause like it works, it's super stable and it's really fast just to make something like it with a basic panel and some buttons and stuff. I know I'm starting to show my age though. Well, we got our string working. Let's test it with some incorrect strings. Of course, we don't have all of the cases being handled yet. Ooh. That might have been too much. My cocaine. That's how I avoid burnout. Oh, that was definitely too much to put in there. It'd be very raspberry. Okay. Oh, I don't have the MVVM getting updated either. I can plug that in here though. That's what we used in high school to make animated sprites for Windows background. I took a programming class in high school too, and we also used that to make shit. The teacher was an asshole though. He fucking hated me and I hated him. There was very much a mutual... You know how like Naruto and Sasuke kind of are? Yeah, that's how me and this teacher were. But he was Sasuke because he was a piece of shit. And I was Naruto because I was just trying to, you know, do my best. Date bio. Although looking back at it as an adult, I was a piece of shit kid. But I have a right to be, okay? I was the kid. I have a right to be a piece of shit. He was an adult. He had no right. There it is. Look at that. What if we... Aha! If we forget this, nothing should change because it fails. You know, there's no folder named that. Does this technically work if you do an extra backslash in front of a folder? Out of curiosity, and like in CMD? You can try it. Like, I'm gonna type the full pathway, right? Oop. Like, does that work? Yes. Okay, so what we can do is we can make sure that if the trailing part of that after we remove the quotes is an extra backslash, we'll just remove that backslash. Because it'll we both want it to result in the same thing. And we don't have that working right now. Well, actually, it does say it's valid. Why does it say that's valid? Oh, I bet I know why. It's because when we parse it into the array with this, when we parse it into the array, we use these as delimiters. And I am calling empty empty parses. So I'm calling that, but I'm using the array. Okay, okay. I know exactly what to do. I tried the Unreal MCP yet? No. I'm using my own. Because that's how I become smart. This is not the cleanest way to do it, but it is my way to do it. I haven't really messed around with it. Oh, it's still experimental. Which means it doesn't do half the things it's supposed to be doing. And will probably crash your game at some point. I mean, it's not like this is bad, but we want to do one for gameplay purposes, right? And when we were doing research on different command line interfaces, I don't want to make something that's so complex or convoluted as real command line interfaces. And if you know what I mean? Total experiments tried, yeah. I remember for like 2 versions of Unreal when they had implemented state trees, the default move to was broken function. So a lot of people were trying to make like a simple AI that would like move to a location, right? Or like move to a random location. But the default move to function didn't work, and it didn't tell you that it didn't work. It just didn't work. Like NPCs can, not the bad AI, the good AI. And we had rated a streamer one day where he was working on it in the version where it was broken. And he was failing because the move to function just wouldn't work. And I'm like, you're not going to understand why. You're not going to believe me, but make your own move to function and all your problems will be resolved. So annoying. Oh, we need to do a left chop. If that's true. Otherwise... that'll be the simplest. A little bit obnoxious, but simple. Unless I mistyped something, let's see. Nope, we're good. I'm just gonna type some things in wrong to see if it auto-completes it, you know. We don't want it to work, of course, if it isn't in the correct way. Of course, we will need to make some way to provide some feedback, right? Of course, there's gonna be an actual history of the commands you typed and some output log, but right now we just want to test if they function in the context that they're supposed to function, and then we can start to implement all the errors and the context and then the help commands and all that stuff. The AI chat, which I see is glorified reference manual for the engine. Prefer that to having to go to Epic website. No, I think that's good. Like we talk about AI usage here a lot. We don't use AI to develop the game or to generate anything for the game or even to do debugging or design. That's all human, but I do think that there's a genuinely really great usage of AI as a glorified Google or search engine, especially when it comes to that, right? Like, you can't always trust what it's saying, but if it provides links, you can then go to those links, and sometimes it's way easier to type something natural into AI to search than to know exactly what you have to Google to get the answer you want. But AI loves to hallucinate when it comes to game dev, I've found. Use this function. It's like, dude, that function does not exist. It has never existed. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I think of this cd command is what I know that we aren't handling right now is this, but we do have this working. And we just don't have these two working. So CD to a specific drive or folder. I would like to be able to type in like CD D, right? And just go to the D drive. But of course that's not going to work. Well, we don't have a D drive on this interface anyway. And then we need to implement the back commands, right? So either our dot to go to the previous folder. But let me check. What our data looks like on this right now. It should be 00 for the current drive location. 0100. It definitely should not have 4 entries. We're missing this because I forgot to put that in, but I have that written down. So it should be 00. Why is it 0100? Why is it 4? That's not correct. It's working, but it's not correct. Yeah, what the hell? Why is it looping through that 4 times? I am for sure clearing the... No, I'm not. That's why. I'm not clearing the drive location. I'm clearing it when we update the interface, but I need to make sure that we are clearing these at the start here. We also need to rebuild valid drive folders and valid files, because those are going to be used for like typing a directory so that we can see what's actually there. This is initialized when we open up the interface. This is updated when we do our CD. These also then need to be updated. So that'll have to be a separate function for that. This is mainly useful because we need to know, we can easily just loop through the indices to know where we need to move back to. Although I must feel like... I mean, that would be creating a... Oh, hold on. So I was thinking we could just reuse this function if we are moving back up and just parse our current drive location as a string and just cut it at the last found backslash. Because, I mean, technically, that is correct. But, you know, I'd be creating a a loop. We don't want to do that. We could turn these into 3 separate smaller functions. But I don't like that either, personally. But we do actually need to do like the actual move down, move up. But these are just, this is look forward to navigate, look backward to navigate. Or a look forward but minus 1 index. They're all elements of the same idea, just to different points. And I wonder how to separate that in a clean way, with the minimum amount of overlap. Building these 2 string arrays should be pretty easy, because we're just doing a gather of the current location within the drive and then what's available to type. Because that way we can do our maybe not a tree here, but a directory list, right? We can do a directory. I don't think I'll implement tree, but I'm not sure yet. I think that I will. I think that I will implement a tree. Tree will be kind of easy because that's just everything. Directory, though, we need to actually search where exactly we are and then print all of the file and folder names that we find there. Like, we update current interface. We need to wipe all variables related to it. Then we need to set player at root drive if, well, at root. And run a gather valid files and folders. Just at that level. Which in this specific case would be like just gathering drive letters. And treating them as folders. That way when you type in directory, you are going to see those drives there. We have 3 CD variants, which is a attempt to move into a valid drive folder. And that can be as simple as Well, I mean, what are our options with this one? We have like CD, C, CD. Do we want to allow that too? Or if you're already in C, then we can just allow, you know, quoted folder, right? I mean, we'll allow quotes on any of these actually, but how do we delineate that? I used Python asset factories? I have no idea what that even is. I mean, this would only be valid at root. Well, I mean, I guess we could do that because we know if we're at root by just checking if current drive location is empty. Which means we probably want to do this clear a bit later before we actually even do the navigation. And I really do think that this is candidate for functioning. Creates assets using a factory system. What would be my use cases for that though? You mean like a kit basher? I do have a kit bashing program called Asset Forge. This is a nice tool. And then I can export those as models. And assign materials too, which is pretty fun. It's good for prototyping. And depending on your art style, you can make full games using that too. What would I do with this though? Factory. A lot of these. Generate assets for. I'd have to see some use cases to know if I would find it useful or not. I mean, theoretically, I think all three of these CD commands, we can do a forward searching. It's not the most optimal, but I don't think we're doing a whole lot of looping. And we can always optimize later too. It is like a menu that pops up, so even if there is a little bit of spiking or issue like that, I don't think it would be a major problem. Not that I imagine that that is even currently happening. Nothing here is so complex that it's going to be destroying performance. So I don't think I need to optimize really here. I mean, theoretically, we functionize this. Time to select Kush with horse even. Yeah, Schedule 1's a cool game. Such a good soundtrack. Populating a level with spotlights, point lights? Do you mean like do it for like PCG purposes? Would I need to populate a level with spotlights? During runtime or during development time? During like an editor? Generates all asset types. You're gonna hate me, but I don't know when I'd use that. Maybe I'm too old school. I guess we could make a function where it's like are we returning to root? Are we forward searching from our current location? Because if we have our current drive location, then we're here, we're at 0, 0, and we want to move into folder index 2, or we're looking for a folder, then we can kind of just navigate into this and do the check. Generate material chain? When would I need that though? Don't you just assign materials? And like make them? It's like Alley Cat's trying to like explain how cool a smartphone is to a caveman. It's like, but I have fire, like I don't understand why I would watch Cocomelon. Like, generated data. Oh, data tables are like already like pre-designed information. When would I generate one of those? I'm not even being facetious. I'm not trying to like rage bait you. I literally don't know I can't see any use cases in my mind for these factories. One of my good friends, he's a programmer too. He'd probably be yelling at me the same as you. Like, dude, you don't understand. I make cargo room. Every solution I can think of to do this folder file navigation just seems inefficient. I'm like trying to find a solution to a problem that probably doesn't exist. because none of our in-game computers are going to be so complex that I have to worry about like 100 or even 1,000. You know what? Even 100 loops is not going to cause a slowdown. And there's no case I can think of where I'm going to have to do 100 loops here. I don't know why I'm trying to make it efficient when it just doesn't need to be. The nature of the problem is me trying to make something efficient that doesn't need to be efficient. That's the problem is me. What's up, Roger Critic? I hope you'll make Steam's top 3 most wishlisted. I hope so too one day. And also welcome. What is Steam's most wishlisted games right now? Apart from GTA 6. Oh well, GTA 6 doesn't have a Steam page. Deadlock, Light No Fire, and Fable. I am so surprised that Fable is so high up there when I am not very impressed by the gameplay they've shown so far of that. Light No Fire I can see though. Jesus, look at this. Wow. Don't get you can't distract me and then tell me not to get distracted. Witchbrook, I'm glad. I'm really hyped for Witchbrook. And Total Warhammer 40K. I'll let you guys argue about programming languages while I figure out my problem. I mean, I could make multiple functions here and just kind of organize them. No programmer to put a blank. Me neither. I'm a technical systems designer by trade. I've been that for over a decade. I'd almost rather use like an initial... I hate the idea of putting all of the CD functionality into a single function. Because it's just getting a little bit too bloaty. I'd almost rather parse the CD and then determine if we want to, what do we want to do with that? But at the same time, that just feels kind of overkill. But we do need to determine what kind of CD we're parsing here. It's the problem. The problem is I just feel like I'm putting too much into this function, but I also don't feel like it's worth making multiple separate functions for what I want to do. And I'm trying to think of a way to avoid doing that. There's a lot of checks to determine if the CD command has been typed in correctly. And we have that. We have that for this, right? We have this part working. The more complex part, I think. We want to try to avoid complex arguments in a way that would be player unfriendly. Yeah, it's about changing directory and the way that we store the data. It's not that I don't see the solution, it's that I'm not sure which solution is going to be the most efficient to avoid multiple refactors. And I'm considering whether just always forward searching from our current drive structure would be the laziest solution. It just wouldn't be as efficient as it could be, but I don't think it needs to be. Especially at this stage of the game. To save what point? You know, save like 5 microseconds? Wow. What a savings. Sounds like I need some mulled wine. I would love that today. Let's build the valid files folders. We'll handle the movement, moving up and back to root, because I feel like that'll be the easiest to do next. And I'll think about how we want to move downwards. Damson wine. What is Damson wine? I mean, the good news is, when we are doing the CD, if we're already at root, because we haven't cleared yet, but if we're already at root, then we can just return out. We're not even going to print anything, right? Because that's just like being here, right? We're just gonna let that run. If we're not, though, we do want to clear that. And this is where we would run the same. Well, it's not really the same functionality. We're not trying to navigate into it. We just need to we're kind of like resetting it when we're going back to root. So I could grab the interface name. Gameplay network interface. Of course, nothing that I'm doing here is final, right? So we just kind of want it working, and then we can start to tweak and play around with player feedback and stuff right now. Got Discord, like your own channel? We do have a Discord, yes. I rarely ping everybody, maybe a few times a year, and only for like super important, like, hey, New demo of the game available. Big news. Or if we release something. I could just do a format here, but it's fine. So that'll clear this. Build valid files and folders is going to rebuild these. Top level interface drives is built only when we open up a new network interface. So realistically, we shouldn't have to do anything other than run that, clear our drive location, that should be good. Oh, and we don't need to set this actually, because we can run the MVVM function for that. Like game from 20 years ago where you can make creatures and evolve them. Yes, Spore. That was some good shit, man. A good game. Want a game like that but better? I thought there was somebody trying to make a new Spore type game, but I don't know what it was called. There's one that came out that has similarities, but not really. Forget the name of it. It was super recent. I don't remember. I'm dumb. Ape's boring. Yeah, we don't want it false here, but if this is one of these tokens but is not full move up, then we just want to move down. Or I'm sorry, not move up, but rather go back to root. This will handle root. I suppose we can check, we can put this check before. We'll switch that out. On a game that no one can make, yet I dream of it, a safari hunting game set on different planets where you can hunt alien life forms reminiscent of hunting buffalo, crocs, sharks. As the player, you have access to dope hunting rifles, total sci-fi geek weapons. That's a cool idea. Sci-fi safari. Sci-fi. That'd be pretty fun. You're like hunting actual, like, you know, fucking alien and predator. Clever girl. If you went with like a more realistic art style, I think that the expectation for quality would be pretty high, but you could go pretty like low quality or like medium. Let's make it. Too many games. Too many things to work on. I do like that though. It would fit well in our universe. That we're putting Redlock in. Rastafari. Oh, Jesus Christ. Navigate. Let's try it. Let's just try. I'll try putting in the big chunk of code that I know is going to work here, and we can slowly work on optimizing that if we see a need to. I mean, once the CD command works, we don't have to touch it again, so it's possible that I'll just get it working, and if we see that it's causing some big performance problem, we can touch it, but I have 99.99% confidence that this is not going to have any impact on performance whatsoever. And is way less of a problem than anything else we make. I do need to check though for if we are returning to root, then if going up one would true, it's not empty. False first token, or if last index -1 is equal to 0. Why am I doing that? Why don't I just get the fucking length and just check if it's 1? What am I doing? Idiot. Or actually just, yeah. No, even better. I can just do a valid index check on on 1, and if that's false, yeah. Like first we'll get the length and we'll subtract the square root of pi. Like, or I can just check if it's a valid index. This is coding, yes. Xeno Hunter. Dude, Xeno Hunter would be pretty cool. Star Safari. Well, you have to do Xeno Hunter because then you can do a collab with Games Workshop to make a 40k DLC at some point in the future, right? Yeah, that should work. Okay, otherwise let's remove the last index from that. Xeno's been used and abused. It is kind of the problem, isn't it? Where if you make games using a common term, it kind of helps you, but it also hurts you, because then there's going to be like a whole bunch of games with Xeno in the title too. But generally Steam is pretty good about putting the most popular results at the top. The nice thing about Xeno Hunter is that I think places like Twitter... Yeah, but somebody's probably already taken the profile of Xeno Hunter. it's so hard to find like unique names that people haven't already taken. Or have like trademarked or something, right? God forbid you go on like USPTO and see if somebody has stolen Xeno Hunter already. Yeah, but only one for exercise balls. Exercise hand grippers. So technically, Xeno Hunter, the trademark for Xeno Hunter is it is open. Oh, and this one's dead anyway. I would trademark that. That's a pretty damn good name, Xeno Hunter. Our previous game I trademarked the name of, and I just got that approved because I had to get in contact with some lawyers from a different company. The stupid examining attorney at the USPTO thought that my game name was too similar to another trademark. And it was like not similar at all. And so I had to explain in legal terms why it wasn't similar. I actually wrote that letter to the attorney while I was drunk too, because I'm like, I don't want to do this sober. I mean, had I hired a lawyer, they would have resolved it, but it was so stupid. My game name was Cauldron Chronicles, and the examining attorney thought it was too similar to a game studio name called Cauldron Studios. So I have to like, I'm like, number one, how do you think this is similar at all? These are totally different things. One is a game and one is a business. And also, Cauldron Chronicles doesn't work if you remove the Chronicles, because it's the name of a whole product. While Cauldron Studios is using like a generic term. And the most important part isn't the cauldron. But, you know, thankfully I got in contact with the company that owned the trademark for Cauldron Studios, and they were really nice, and they wrote a letter of consent. They're like, oh yeah, there's no problem. We'll just write this letter of consent. We agree not to infringe on each other's copyright. And I sent that in and it got approved, so. But doing it without a lawyer was kind of annoying. Taking shots of Top Tea straight from the bottle. Yeah, it actually just got approved too. Because they had to wait until the previous trademark had gone dead. But now, now our thing is live. That's our mark. Foot Chronicles. It says pending, but I think it's because it will go in at the like end of the month or something. But it is live. Dude, it takes like a year for these things to be processed too. It's actually takes a long time. Now get back to work. Oh my god, are you my boss?
Mr. President, wake up.
Shut up, Joe. Nobody asked. Yeah, we need to get the interface. New drive to navigate. We're not navigating to a drive. Well, we could be navigating to a drive. We need to... have the index. We just need to update it. So what I could do is, instead of going like this route, we know we're just moving up one. So I don't need to do this at all. I can just take the current drive location string and we'll just search backwards for the first found delimiter. And we'll just chop that off. I don't really think I have to do anything else. Beasts of Uranus. That'd be pretty good. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. Do a split. Search from end. And just return the left. And then, of course, we do need to build valid files and folders. And all of these should be exit conditions except for the first failure, because that's a check. Exit, exit, exit. That should be good. I do want to use this when we are updating the current interface. When do we set that data? Here. Just gotta plug that in. Keep in mind, all this is going to look messy, no comments, whatever, until we have that functionality, because this is just still prototyping. And then we go back and clean it up at the end, put in dispatchers, move things to functions if we see a need to. We're going to have GDD in the background. Name is too dope for the human mind to comprehend, but I want a name that will blow people's mind and mail to another planet, yet at the same time everyone knows exactly what type of game it is. Want to learn the name of the game? Say so, but you've been warned. It might put a smile on your face when you read it. Go for it. Names are important. They're important. Like I was mentioning in our previous game, Cauldron Chronicles, when I say Cauldron Chronicles, what kind of game do you think of? Redlock is a little bit more vague, but it's better than sci-fi immersive sim puzzle platformer. Robot zombies space ninjas. Well, hey, that puts a specific thing in my mind.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And Rojo Critic is gonna lose his mind if I get distracted. Don't make me do it. I kind of, I don't like how we treat like the root. But to me it's easier if we, because Windows like obfuscates this, right? Like in order to navigate to a different drive, you can't access this and just like run a directory command and see the drives that you have available to you. But I do want that, so we kind of have to name this space something, this top level space. But then we kind of override that the moment we like run that. I'm not sure how to feel about that. GDD is one page. If you want, so there's... I'm gonna get distracted again. I've written a lot of this stuff in my life. I've made a template called a one-pager, like this, which is where you define really high-level information about a game. If you want this template, you can access it in our Discord. So this is not the GDD. You know, a GDD would be like a full-ass document like this, right? But the one-pager is really, really useful to have because it's just like, here's what this game is about. And if you go into our Discord, you can access that in the developer forums. There should be a forum with this Word document. If you want it. How do we want that to work? Do we want to do like... test interface, C folder, and when you're at root, we just do test interface like that. If you type in !Discord, it should link you to it. I think. You can try it out and see if it works. I'll move my streaming PC back in here for Stalker 2, so I'll do that this week before Friday. But I mean, it wouldn't look like that. It would look like this. And I don't know if that extra caret is kind of like weird looking. But it's better than I think just having like this here or root, which then just changes to C if you're in the C drive. Not sure how to feel about it. Not sure how to feel about it. I don't mind showing the name of the interface, but of course, it's more string to add, and depending on where we show it, especially if we do it like you would do here, where when you're deep in that file structure, we then just have those like super long string to show before what you type, and I think that can kind of get annoying if it's too long. But we don't want to trim it at all. We don't want to do like a ... and now you can't see where the fuck you are. That's okay for like a visual interface like this, where it kind of cleans it up for you a little bit. But this is not explicitly visual the same way, where you can just double click on the files and folders that you have. yet. Hmm. Oh yeah, also we need to add in here the first index. I forgot about that. What's the one that what's the one for maps that shows that gets you the index of the key? It's not find. Can you not grab the index for it? Wait. Well, I guess I could just grab the keys. And then do a find on that. That's really annoying though. I could swear that maps had something like that where you can just grab the index of the item. Why do I not see that somewhere? Maybe I'm gaslighting myself. Maybe maps never had that functionality by default. That's fine. That's fine. They create blockout materials? I think I already have blockout materials though. Somewhere in here. It's not that one. There is some. I don't remember where it is. I will have to look at it later, though. I can feel Rojo's rage right now. Probably a publisher. Just can see the money getting burnt. Don't worry, we have no burn down. Or not burn down, burn rate. It's fucking messy. Whatever. I'm over it. These materials don't need textures. Wouldn't they have to compile during runtime then, though? So depending on their complexity, you can't pre-cache them? I should poop us back to the root if we're in it. It's not. The length shouldn't be 0 if we're in the C drive. It should be 1. I saw it going up here to length 0. Am I clearing it an accident before we go in? No, I'm not clearing it. I mean, it'll clear here, of course, where we want to clear. Oh. Because I'm clearing it here. We need to clear it before the add. That would make sense. Can we told how good Python is at making assets? But I feel like if you're making some programmatic assets like that, you probably already have them in a plugin form. Like I'm sure there are use cases where to do it manually and have it is going to be way longer than doing it with Python, you know, making your own custom script for it. But there's probably a lot of use cases too where writing the Python script to make it is going to take a lot longer than just doing it yourself and putting it into a plugin. It's like people making their first RPG and they make their character customization before they actually know how to make the game. Like, look how good my character customization is. You have the game, bro? I see that one a lot. Yeah, we don't handle CDC yet. Yeah, I can imagine it. I can imagine that there's some use cases where that might be nicer. I haven't ever worked on games where I've only worked in indie and AA before. So nothing to the point where having those kinds of solutions was ever needed. I mean, I'm sure that like the art team might have something like that where they need it, but I've been a game designer, you know, so I'm writing the documents, doing some prototyping. I've just never had to touch that. But I'm sure if I talk to like some of my 3D artist friends or some of my programmer friends, they'd be like, oh yeah, I do that all the time. And I don't really work with like PCG too much, or most of my games are like very bespoke, right? Like all the content I'm making is existing for that specific purpose, and it isn't ever needing to like scale up to some crazy size. Why did this fail? Okay, at least we can get back. I'm curious what happened here. Let me get back to the folder I was at. That is one of the valid ones, right? Yeah. What it should be doing if our current location is correct. 000. Yeah, that is correct, right? Yes. It should just be removing this index. And then adjusting the string. Okay. Why you being a bitch? Not empty. This is false. This is true, false. So this will be false. Okay, remove the index. Oh, because we never... Wait. I'm clearing the drive locate. Where am I clearing that? Oh, we're never setting it because I'm setting it directly in the MVVM. That's right, I'm not using this anymore, but I kind of want to have that here too. I know the problem. I see the problem, I know the problem. I am the problem. My fan is blowing trash into me. Stop it, go away. I feel like this is such a boring thing for me to be working on stream. This has to be so boring to watch. Like, what even is this game? I promise we have way more interesting stuff than this. And typing in CD. Alright, wait, hold on. One more. I have to do one more set of that. No, not time. Yes, it is time to vacuum. I've had this office for like 2 years now. I have never once vacuumed it. Take a pre-try your material generator. No. I have to finish this before the Stalker 2 DLC comes out. I can check. I will check it out at like home or something. COVID might still be alive there. Oh, oh no. Whatever am I gonna do with COVID? 2 weeks later. Okay, I'm better now. It hasn't been 3 years. It has not been 3 years that I've had this. We've not been in Katowice for 3 years. Totally not true. It has not been 3 years. No. I refuse. I refuse to believe it. So we should just remove that latter part. Except that we also need to append the caret onto it again. Because I also then just fucked that up. What'd you send? Did you send a video or something? Video will be easier to see. Make a video showing it. I mean, the thing is, like, I see the block up material, but it's like, I question. I mean, I know this is just an example, right? Maybe it's not the best one. I just kind of wonder, like, why do that instead of just writing a block up material? Because it's all the same math behind it, right? But I mean, you make material instances, you can customize the results. And I would think that like a competent art director could make some of those materials in like 2 seconds, or probably already has them in some library. I sound like a hater. The level designers we use the most. Yeah, but I have like a prototype material, right? Let me make a new... Not here. Oh my god. Let's delete it. I clicked the wrong thing. But I mean, I make like a little prototype thing like this, right? I can't really imagine like, you know, using these factories in a way that would be faster than just making some base thing yourself. Is it only meant for like editor or for runtime too? So maybe it's really good for like bringing in stuff from Houdini and doing some, you know, bridge connection between Houdini. Editor block out. But like, what would be easier than just like making this, you know, our basic like prototype material and just changing the color for an instance. I know it's just a demonstration though. But I guess, you know, it's one of those cases where if you show the simplest demonstrations, the simplest demonstrations of its power don't represent the actual use cases. So it's kind of like one of those hard things to sell somebody, because you'd have to show them where it would actually be faster to use it in order to sell them the snake oil. Okay, these should all be handled. Going a level deeper, we need to... We need to almost handle that slightly differently. Faster than creating a bunch of blockouts. Well, usually if you're making blockouts, you already have all the assets that you've made before, right? So you make kind of blockout materials and basic building blocks or modular pieces, which you'd have to do manually anyway. And so like you would make that once. Like sure, I guess you could make it with Python and then just save the results as your plugin. But I feel like it's kind of a horse apiece in that case, where you wrote this script or you made it manually. They both kind of take around the same time, and the end result is you're going to cache this into, you know, a plugin for later use anyway. And at most, maybe it saves a couple of hours, but it's not like it's repeatable work. Where if you're like blocking out a level, that's kind of something you can't really do with Python unless your levels are so repeatable, or maybe they're randomly generated, randomly generated. There's probably some very specific art applications for doing it. Especially with Houdini and stuff. Although I think Houdini already has some pretty good bridges between Unreal for bringing in like materials and whatnot. I don't see why we have to treat this as something different than this. Because we kind of just do a forward... Why wouldn't these already work? Well, I guess the CD folder wouldn't work. But when we're appending the drive... I don't see why I wouldn't go back to C. Let me see if it works already. This one wouldn't. But if we know that we're not typing in a drive name or we can't match a drive, then we can check for a valid folder that matches the token. But I feel like the drive ones would already work because of the way that we build that. Yeah, I have to take a look, and I can always talk to my programmer friend and maybe he can tell me some things that he uses it for. Because there's always things like that, like, you know, if you're making like such a small game, of course you're never going to need anything like that. Or if you're making super bespoke stuff, but... I don't know. I haven't personally ever run into a use case where I've thought about doing something like that. But that doesn't mean that it hasn't existed, right? Or doesn't exist. C for sure won't work, right? If we try to like CDC. So that will have to be handled. Actually, we should be able to type that in, even though we don't have the quotes. And with the quotes, it should work. Because we convert the slashes. That works. Although, I'm missing the slash here, which is a bit of a problem. Does that happen with the backslash too? Yeah. And I have to handle case. Okay. So that is one problem. Yeah, technically that works because of the way that we're searching. Okay, let me fix the slash on that. We kind of only want that there though if we are in that root drive, right? That's the only time where we'd have the colon backslash. Now that I think about it. But that should be pretty easy to check if we are... if our length is 1. False, otherwise do that. I will take a look later, though, I promise. If I lose focus too much, then I don't get anything done during the day. And then we don't have a game. And then I have no money. Which I don't have anyway. Oh, I put a / there. Should be a \. Oop. I'm gonna auto-capitalize the drive letter too. We should make like a macro for fixing up these small problems like this. Let's make a function for it. Python can do that. You're so attached to Python. Yeah, it's like, well, I can also make a function that does that. I cannot be asked to make a macro with all the little inputs for my local variables, so I'm just not going to worry about that. Make it a private function. Now nobody knows it exists. If we're not empty, that's where we want to take this and get the first character. Can I grab character as index? Get character as number. No. I want... Wait, not left chop. I just need a left. No. Wait. Maybe right chop? Turn the string to the right of the specified location, count from the left. Oh, from the beginning. Okay. Counting from the beginning. Okay, we just need to return the first one. That's everything else to the right. And then just do a quick append. And do we want to include anything else in that? I could move the carrot addition to that. We'll make sure to give that plenty of room. And we'll just change this if we need to make it look nicer. Okay, let's see. Delete this, delete this. Delete. Could even trim up some more of that later. Let's not worry about that right now. Try deleting that. Okay, let's just give that a quick run through. Why is that still doing the forward slash? Where did I put that? Where's that stupid ass forward slash? Oh, here it is. Sounds like one Dremlux. Okay, we currently can't do like folder 1. That's next. I don't think that'll be too bad. But we need to do the full path right now. Seems to be working. That'll just clean up a little bit for us, thankfully. Now, if we do not have... It won't match this. it will... should be wrapped in... It doesn't have to be wrapped in quotes, right? Because we do want to check if we can move into the... I might be able to skip that. What are the cases where we wouldn't have the colon, though? Moving directly just to a drive and moving to a folder would be cases where we do not have... where we do not have the colon. So I think we need to check for the colon. And if not, then we can just treat the... We should check if there is only one... But do we need to parse it first? I think we already check if there's more than one token, though. Yeah, we already handled that here. I mean, I suppose you could just we could skip worrying about the quotes, because it'll just parse it wrong if you forget the quotes. I don't really see why this is strictly necessary. You're just obviously going to have a better time if you put the quotes there, and we handle the quotes in that case by replacing them. But we should check if there's a colon. Or again, we just do the replace. If it's not there, then it doesn't matter. This is such a grueling task. Well, it just doesn't return anything. I mean, I guess I could account for that by doing a select node here, if this is false. And if false, just grab that modified first token directly, otherwise grab the left. And that probably will allow for me to handle that not existing. trying to accommodate some... Yeah, that's not gonna work there. Okay, I mean, it did go to the sea. But that part is correct, just not the colon. Is your music on a loop? This is the extended, yeah, we know about that. This is the extended version of the Might and Magic 4, one of the songs. This track is 20 minutes long. You want the next song? I can go to the next song. There you go. It shouldn't loop too much though. It is a 19-hour playlist, so. But if the player doesn't put the colon in, that is kind of annoying. We could just force add it. We really want. It's not there. You're still taking shots of that Tatra tea. I have to try the other flavors of that. But I don't want to buy a whole bottle of it. Why does that succeed with the slashes, though, before we even handle the slashes? Isn't that kind of weird? I don't parse it at the slash delimiter. Why does that succeed? Oh, because I'm just grabbing it. Yeah, I'm just doing the split. I'm ignoring the colon and everything to the right of it. My only problem really comes in when we forget that colon. I mean, I could just say that you have to include that, but I do like the idea of when you are, that you can just switch drives really fast like that. I think that's a lot nicer from a player experience. You know, and instead of having to type like the whole thing. Hmm. If we don't find it, we could just add it. But I'd almost rather do that in here. When we update that anyway. Because then it'll apply no matter what. The player forgets it. I could probably shove it in here. It's getting a little bit too large though. And I don't know if I just want to like try to replace if I replace the one that's existing and then just put it back in. That's kind of a really stupid way to do it, but it would work. Like, I'll just take it out and just put it back in. I don't like that though. Are you using text or latex for documents? No. Usually just Word, since publishers love to have their documents printed out for their marketing teams. So if you do anything like weird that they can't print out well, they're gonna bitch and moan at you. Maybe that was just the French people that I worked with. It would explain a lot. What is text? Typesetting. Okay. What does it do? Latex. Any software for documents redundant. You know, you'd think that the more you work in game dev, the more you realize that the easier people have access to something, it actually supersedes any sort of functionality. You'd be surprised. This is nice. Actually looks pretty nice for like writing books and stuff where it's just kind of minimalistic. I mean, as somebody who does a lot of like Excel spreadsheets and shit, the low level nature of this is kind of nice. I can tell you though, it wouldn't work in game dev in most cases. It does look nice though. It does look nice. I don't think I will allow this, at least for now. Too many weird specificities. Kind of would be nice to have to be able to type this stuff without needing the quotes, though. I think that does work the way it is. It's vector compatible. Yeah, see, that's the one thing that most things are absolute asset. The day that Microsoft adds vector support to Word will be a new day indeed. It's not gonna correctly parse things without the, Actually, it probably might correctly parse this. Even though Windows would hate what I'm doing right now. Oh no, it didn't. Kind of curious why that didn't like that. Oh yeah, because it's gonna be doing the spaces. It's gonna be a higher length than two. That's why. It's gonna be a length of 3. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That shouldn't be an error. It's like a script error, but I'm just gonna let it raise script errors right now so that we know that something was typed incorrectly. Sometimes okay, sometimes we need to resolve it. If we would still need to run this. I think if we completely lack a colon, we can just assume that the player is trying to navigate to a folder and check the folders. Otherwise, the player is attempting to type in a full path or a drive. We'll work with that assumption for now, because I think that is going to be how this runs. I think we can just specifically check for current valid drive folders. And check if that modified first token I could make this really a lot easier if when we do the build valid files folders, instead of building it to a array, I instead do well, it's going to build it in order. We could safely assume, as long as there are no duplicates, safely assume. Well, no, we can't. We can't. I could if it was valid. I was going to say we could just grab the index from here, but that doesn't work because of files. They're going to mess that up. And so this would be 0, 1, and this would be index 0 of the current valid files. I could make a custom structure. I mean, there's like there are super easy ways around this, but I kind of want to do it a bit simpler. I could get a little technical with it and just build the substring and then let my code down here do the rest of it. Like instead of using the modified first token as the parsed navigation, I could just take the current drive location and build it that way. I'll try it. So maybe that'll just be kind of the lowest cost solution to this. This plus whatever that first token was. Unless we haven't set modified first token yet. No, it should be here. That's such a stupid way to resolve it, but I think it'll work. In which case do we even need to check if it is a valid folder? Because, I mean, this is kind of what this will do already. We might just be able to skip past it. A little gnarly. Alright, let's see what happens. Modified first token folder 1. Folder 1. Why did this not... Oh, I see. It got really fucked up. Two things I don't like. I don't like that we're adding the caret and using that here. I'd rather remove the caret and that'll just be front facing. So I'm gonna pull that out and that's just gonna be sent to the MVVM. And then we don't need to add in the backslash. That's the issue. This is not needed. And we're not going to include the caret here, but instead yeah. Fuck it, I'll just reuse that. We'll give that a shot. We're almost there, though. Oh, I never set the boolean to true, did I? I never set the boolean to true. It might not be bugged at all. Plop it there, make my life easy. I did not get rid of the... There we go. CD folder 1. Alright, why? True. Looks correct to me. Oh. Huh. I see precisely my problem. And I can make it a little bit simpler. Yeah, we'll build the token. We can skip that. Honestly. And let's run this. Plop it up here. Delete that. Delete, delete. Give me some room. Good enough. Good enough. Let us try. CDC. CD. Well, actually, let me break it. Let me not do the right thing first. Okay, beautiful. Aha! That did not work. Why? Let us see. Worked the first time. Oh, because the first time I didn't have to implement the slash, but this time of course I do. It's an easy fix. That is an easy fix. That should fix it, although we now have another chunk we gotta fit in here. And this is navigating to like actual data, so it isn't just appending it to a string, it is actually verifying this against the data, so that's why. Doesn't look as impressive, but it is. I have to say that to all the ladies. This is the world we live in. Missing our carrot here. Where'd my carrot go? It's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's just there's a lot of like little nuances to handling the CD command. But the good news is like once we have the CD working, we can just implement all of the other shit that we have, knowing that we can now move between data, we can interact with the gameplay systems, right? Like you can see here with the light. we got that working already. Because the length isn't equal to when it's empty. I could just do less than or equal to 1. Try that instead. Why is it a byte? The fuck? Why did it default that to byte? That was weird. Nope. Wrong button. CDC. I think we finally have it. What a journey. I think we actually finally have it. We have the navigation part of it down. That is a good feeling. And it is very ugly, and this is big red no-no. I need to resolve that. You know what I do? Don't I cache the subsystem somewhere? For some reason, if I try to call the parent subsystem, it borks. It doesn't find it, but it finds the child. I think I know why that happens. Is that you don't want... I don't know why that happens, actually. I actually do not know why. But I need to call the child, not the base. All of this technically wouldn't really happen if I had this running on the subsystem itself in the first place, which is what we want to do. I need to pull running commands out of the interface, and I need to run core commands in the subsystem itself. I think that's something we'll have to do tomorrow. Just move that. That'll be pretty fast, though. Could probably even do that today. Where am I using the current interface? Here it is. Those are valid invocations for the base programs. Yeah. I think it is checking for the interface implementation though, isn't it? I don't actually see it doing that. We do the interface check. Well, no, it's probably because when we parse it, right? Yeah, I mean, I just run the BPI call, but I can implement the BPI here. I don't see why that would be an issue. And then I'll just move this. I'll just delete this. Change which object we are assigning to that. There should be a U object. And instead just do self. And then we can just do this. Theoretically. I don't see why that would cause an error. It's fine to me. That'll fail. That'll succeed. Hold on, let me test something. It should reset when we do it, but maybe let me double check on that. Oops. Yep, looks like it reset to me. Oh. Oh, those were because I typed the thing wrong. That was my own error. Yeah, we'll need better debug and printing on all this. But the navigation is functional, which is a good thing. We can even add in another drive if we want. Let's add in like a folder 2 and then a folder 2-2. And then here we can add another drive, D drive. And if everything's working properly, that should initialize that D drive for us. Aha! And then we can folder 2 that. Or go back to the C drive. Or go to the D drive again, but this time I'm going to go to... It kind of feels nice when it just fucking works, doesn't it? Oh, that was a task. And I think it's a little bit messy how it's done, but it is functional, which is the most important part at this stage of the game. Always room to improve that, so I'm happy in the state that is in for the time being. And the time being means until we need to come by and clean this up, get a whole bunch of comments on here, push anything to function that needs it, do our rigorous bug testing. And once we actually start to implement some of these computers in the game and actual files that you're supposed to read and interact with, that's when we can put it through its paces and make sure that it's working correctly. But I'm not unhappy with that as it is. And now, thankfully, we're not referencing game content in our plugin. Thankfully. We definitely don't want that going on. Yeah, that should cover everything. Upwards navigation, downwards navigation, specific navigation. We can always make some of this stuff look prettier, but right now we just need it working, and we'll make it look pretty. So we have CD working. And now that we have that, I think we have everything that we need to implement the other commands. Help I'm gonna save for like super last, because help is a monstrous task to get the help function working correctly. Directory and tree would be great. I do see a need for tree now that I think about it. Listing devices and subsystems, that should be pretty easy because we already have that information. Hey, Flannel Beard, thanks for the raid, dude.
It's Flannelbird raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Happy Monday. Because of your raid, I'm gonna go pee. And totally not because I had to pee before you raided. Give me a sec. Enjoy the oboe music or whatever it is. Hear me. Yeah, you made me very very full in bladder. You know which command I'm really looking forward to implementing? Or the two? CLS and exit, because those are so fucking stupidly easy. Like 10 seconds for each of those. Close the widget, clear the scroll box. Easiest game of my life. Nah, I mean, they shouldn't be too bad. Some of these are a little bit more complex than others. I mean, the really cool part is that we actually have the more complex aspect of this done, which is being able to interact with objects in the scene using the command line interface, right? We did the most complex part of this, I think, first. Just maybe not the most time-consuming part of it. It's only providing one kilowatt. That's why it's only lighting up one of those. So that's really cool. Like, we have that working. We will need to make all the other components though that we plan to have. Since I just did the power component. It's not going to be a fast thing to get this CLI working, but I think it is really fun. It does add a lot of cool gameplay opportunities. Remotely being able to manipulate different systems and objects. And we have so much work to do with getting the playground finished. And just giving everything a fair shake and a fair test. I gotta delete these. Aren't supposed to be here. Okay, well, our diagram worked perfectly. I'm really glad that I was laying in bed last night trying to sleep and thought of some of the architecture to this, and it has proven to be correct and work. And I'm kind of happy too with some of the ways we autocorrect certain things. Like, I do think that the player should have to type in things relatively correctly, but I'm okay with, you know, fixing a forward slash or a backslash, right? That's not the end of the world to me. That's okay. All I need are I have blockout materials. I have them. They're here, look. Look at this. My grid. I already made them. Glowing green. Ugh. Get rid of that. Mine are ugly. That they're supposed to be ugly because they're supposed to just represent. But I will say there is a reason blockout materials should be simple, because you are not really meant to get details from blockout materials, and they should ideally be very distinct from like proper materials, right? And that's so that when you make that proper blockout level like you have here, you have very distinct colors that you use for different purposes as a way to help differentiate different types of items or different materials that you plan to use. So there is a method to the madness, a purpose to the ugliness. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. We have like under an hour left to the stream. I don't know if I'm going to jump into anything super complex before that. Let's think what we want to do tomorrow. We have up until Friday, so the plan is the Stalker 2 DLC comes out at 3 p.m. for me on Thursday, so I'm just going to wait until Friday to play it. And we'll cover that over the weekend so people who just want to watch me do game dev don't have to lose too much. Now that we have CD done and we have a way to navigate between the files and folders, we do need to implement some more of the basic base command. I think once we get the base commands done, except we're going to hold off on like help and tree, maybe. We do need our scroll box, and we need a way to actually write results to the command line interface. So I think we'll just have to pick something from this list and just tackle it. List could be nice because we already have all the data for list. So maybe tomorrow we can implement the actual scroll box and whatever child we want to use for printing things to it. Work more with the MVVM because we need to do that. And get something very simple that we can print to that. And I think printing our current device names and subsystems would be a good start. And we'll see how long that takes us, and then we can try to work on like directory, which also should be pretty easy once we can print. And then once we get the base commands done, we'll try to like make a whole list of all of the devices and subsystems that we want the player to be able to interact with. And we'll get all of the commands working with each of those, like we have with our powerable lights at the moment. And our subsystem too. We have the power subsystem, but that is very kind of hard-coded at the moment for testing purposes. So we're almost there, but not really. But I'm going to tell myself that to feel better. That's the plan. Okay, we fixed that. Don't need that. Don't need this. We should be good. Close it all. And I promised we'd watch a little bit more of the Star Wars games coming out very soon. So let's do that with the time we have left.